She's coming in, Marco.
Morning, Mr. and Madam Co-Chairs.
Good morning. Please answer your phone.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. How are you this morning? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jimmy Brown.
Good
Yes, we
morning.
can hear you. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. How you feel, everyone? We're gonna start with taking the attendance. If you have it goes a little faster if we make sure that you put your district in front of your name, so we can move a little faster. Otherwise, I will start calling by districts. I know that District 1 is here because I see Marcos, the host. I see Leonard. This is District 2. I'm District 3. Is District 4 here? District 5.
District 5 is here. I'm here.
Thank you. District 6.
Yes, Louis
7.
Camilo, District 6.
District 7. District 8. District 9. 10 is here. District 11. District 12. District 13. District 14. District 15. 16. 17.
I'm here.
18. 19. 20.
20 is here.
21. 22. 23. 24. 25.
Here, good morning.
26. 27. 28 is here. 29. 30. 31. 32. D75 is here. Manhattan High School is here. District 4 just came in. Please put D4 in front of your name, Rashida. Okay. Brooklyn here is in the house. We have we have Queens is here. Did I leave anybody out? Okay. Next on the agenda, we want to do the approval of the minutes for July. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion.
Was there a correction?
Please do not call out, otherwise we will have to mute you. Please raise your hand and wait. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you please ask first, hopefully that everyone have received the minute? Before
Okay,
I
has
call.
anyone received, because I know it was sent out, and I know they were sent out kind of late. Has everyone had a chance to look at the minutes, or did they receive it? Okay. Cody, you have a question? Your hand is raised?
Yes. Before motion is called, I guess we ask if there's any corrections.
Can you please, what is it that you need, not to be offensive, what is it that you want to make a motion?
I'm getting to it if I'm allowed to finish my sentence. Before a motion is called, we ask if there are any corrections, and one is Staten Island doesn't have a president's council. The high school nor the district, unfortunately, right now doesn't have a council, and I see they were marked as present. There's no certification for that. So that needs to be corrected. Other than that, the minutes are good as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, but there was someone
Madam
there.
Chair, yeah,
Yes, Paul, go ahead, Marie.
point of information, Aaron Bogad did actually show up and it still represents Staten Island as far as we know, and he was in attendance.
He is not the president, Marie. So
Well, we
We
have
would
still,
have to look, can we let Madam
first
Chair,
of
please
all,
go ahead.
you don't
first of
have a
all,
certification.
we don't know whether there's a certification came in. That's something that goes through FACE. And as CPAC members, we don't have a control over whether or not if we receive the certification, because it comes to them and we get the information from them. So we have no idea. So as far as we know, he's still representing Staten Island unless we get something different.
There have been members that been kicked off because there was no certification. So that's not fair.
Excuse me, we have never kicked anyone
Yes,
off.
you have.
Okay, but this is not the place. We want to go on with the meeting.
Well, then
And,
the minutes need
okay.
to reflect truth because he does not represent Staten Island. I have nothing personal with Aaron. I like him. But it needs to reflect truth. Staten Island High School does not have a president's council right now. They just don't. And you just can't walk in and represent all willy-nilly.
Well,
So
as far as
that's
I
what
know, and I'm going to go from there, we'll just keep moving on.
Right. If you don't have the certification, that needs to be corrected.
Okay, Cody, Jackie, we will make sure that we will get into that and check it. But until then, we will make the corrections if it needs to be. But until then, we will deal with it and we'll go through with FACE and we will talk with them because they are the ones that will give us the information. So I appreciate it and thank you for bringing that to our attention. Can we now have a motion to accept the minutes with any necessary corrections?
A motion to accept the minutes for July with any necessary corrections.
Thank you, District 75. Can we get a second?
Second, D 4 seconds.
Thank you. Marie, I'm going to give the opportunity to do what you need to do before we go in, so we can go in and do, because we have a letter to review for a section that was done by the high school committee, as well as the bylaws amendments that was brought to our attention. So could you go forth, please? Marie?
Yes, I can
And
hear
Shirley
you.
has a, just a
CPAC.
moment, Shirley has a hand up.
Oh yeah, don't forget to add the requesting volunteers for the nominating committee.
Right, we
Well.
didn't forget that. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Marie.
So yes, Madam Chair, thank you. CPAC meeting procedures and setting rules. To ensure that our CPAC meetings are run smoothly, fairly, and in compliance with our CPAC bylaws, we ask that you respect the following procedures and adaptations. Please do not speak until you are recognized by the chair, who will be assisted in managing the meeting by our parliamentarian. Please limit your comments and questions to 2 minutes to ensure maximum participation by the greatest number of our representatives. The parliamentarian will be monitoring the time allotted. As far as the stand, remember that the order of speakers as per our bylaws currently is first, the executive board, B, voting members, and then C, non-voting members and members of the general public if there is time and that they are recognized by the co-chairs and assisted by the parliamentarian. We want to make sure that we hear from as many people as possible during the course of the meeting. Therefore, there will be times when we do not call on someone who has just spoken. Please understand it's an attempt at fairness. And if we were in person, as you already know, all voting members has first seating preference at the table and when in person, and virtually the same as on Zoom. Normally, you would have to clearly identify your membership by displaying the membership identification plaque when in person again, and with your district number by renaming yourself on the Zoom participant listing, reflecting the district that you represent. This also helps with attendance and roll call. And then for the person voting on CPAC business, only the voting member or the designee of your district who is eligible to vote shall be participating virtually on Zoom or seated at the table. And then for additional meeting rules and procedures, please refer to the CPAC's bylaws, which is also available upon request. A copy is also available at our website, www.cpacnyc.com. And please remember that Robert's Rule of Order, newly revised, is the parliamentary authority used to govern unless it's inconsistent with these bylaws. Thank you, Madam Chair, back to you.
Start with the bylaws review, the amendments, so we can do that and have that done. Could you share your screen for the amendments of the bylaws?
Yes, Madam Chair. A second. I'll be sharing now. Hope everyone can see my screen. All right, Madam Chair.
Okay. I'm just a sec. Yeah. As you can see, there was a notice sent in at our last meeting that there was going to be an amendment change that they was requesting, and you always have to have at least 5 voting members that are willing. And these are the changes that they would like on it. It says it was talking about amendment to Article 10, the rules of conduct and the parliamentarian procedures. And in section 1, it was speaking about the speaking time. It wanted to strike out, as you can see, the 1.1, the privilege of speaking to an agenda item should be in the following order. A, under the amendment bullet 1, it says by striking out the executive board, they would like to strike out the executive board. And amendment B, which is under bullet 2, to insert voting members will ask questions in the order of which they are recognized by the chair or chairs. And then at a bullet 3, they wanted to insert, if time permits, non-voting members of the general public can ask questions when recognized. And it has to be recognized by the chair, and they wanted to put S in case there's co-chairs, and this will be assistants. And could you move it down so they can see exactly how this is being done in the wording for each section, please? This is the first part. It says speaking time. This is what's saying in it, and this is how they want it to read. And if this is accepted, this is how it's going to be. And the rationale came from Manhattan High School, District 1, District 23, District 2, District 11, and District 19 that felt that the change should be changed in the order in which it is.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. So just to put it out there in terms of recording, any members can actually make recommendation or do an amendment to the bylaws. Only the voting members can and will be able to only vote on this proposed amendment to Article 10. So at this point, what you're seeing in front of you is first, the first column is the current wording into the bylaws. And then second is the proposed amendment of how it was submitted to us. So which is what you're seeing on the second column. And if it is adopted, um, which we have to go into whether debate or amending and so forth. And Madam Chair, you give that indication. And this is what we have before you. We're honoring the request as we should. And Jackie was the first one of Manhattan High School to make that proposed amendment. And of course, the 5 signatures that she was able to obtain from D23, D2, District 11. Um, I'm not sure if District 11 is here at this time, in District 19, as well as Marco. But just remember this, only active voting members will be able to make proposed amendment or vote on these amendments. Just please keep that in mind. Madam Chair, back to you.
Okay, so I'd like to know, can we move to have a motion to accept the First Amendment?
No, Madam Chair,
Yes.
first you would have to ask the membership. Jackie Cody of Manhattan High School is the one that proposed the amendment. So she'll have to go back and to make the motion. And of course, you would have to ask if there's any debate before even voting on this. Yeah.
No. Okay. So, Jackie Cody, can you please make the motion for this change since you're the one that recommended it, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Parliamentarian. I put the rationale in the chat, so you can cut and paste as you will. If anyone needs the rationale, put it in the chat. Do you want me to read the rationale or?
What is your rationale, Jackie?
I'm sorry?
What is your rationale?
The rationale for introducing this amendment is that the executive board at least supposed to have access to the chancellor and face. The rule that says that the executive board members get to ask questions first has been misused. Too often voting members wait to have their questions asked, only to be skipped by an executive board member who may have suddenly thought of a question. If an executive board member missed the opportunity to ask their question first, then the respectful thing to do has been done. That is not being done is for the executive board members to wait until after the voting members who have been waiting to ask their questions. Moreover, there is no longer a need for this rule since CPAC's executive board members meet with or are supposed to meet with, as I said, the chancellor and her cabinet via face regularly. Our main focus needs to be on the PA and president's councils. And this can also leave time to get to some very pertinent questions the concerned public has. And moreover, in July's meeting, everyone was chosen first come, first serve, and it went very smoothly. And I make a motion to have the bylaws amended to reflect that voting members will be will ask questions in the order which they are recognized by the chair.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to Jackie's motion?
District 6, I second the motion.
District 17.
Okay. Now, excuse me, is there any debate with this amendment?
Looking into. All right.
Hi, I have my hand up. This is District 28.
Oh. Ms.
You
Brown, I
know,
see Ms. Green first.
okay,
If you can
yeah,
go,
because
then
I
Ms.
have,
Jessica.
okay, Jessica.
No, Ms.
Celia can
Green,
go first.
Oh, Miss Green.
Jessica, I was gonna let Jessica, I was gonna let you go first since you started talking already. So go ahead first and then I'll make the other suggestion.
Okay, at least we're very nice, right, Ms. Green? So, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I move to amend the main motion by adding to bullet 2, after recognized by the chairs. Once a member has spoken during a meeting, other members that have not yet spoken at that meeting take precedence.
Need a second, Madam Chair, to the subsidiary motion made by
Okay.
Jessica.
Can I get a second to the
Subsidiary.
the
The second
subsidiary motion that by Jessica?
Shirley, Queens High School President's Council, second that motion.
Okay. Okay, with the vote, now we have to put it in because we had a subsidiary. It would say, once it is second, okay, it says,
Madam
okay.
Chair, I would like to write
Could
what
you write
Jessica
that in
Junia
and
just said.
reread?
Yes.
Yes, could you put that in so we can reread it out? Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Zillow, can I please have your second subsidiary motion to the main motion so we can write it down here? You said
Sure.
after recognized by the chairs, right?
Right. So basically it says once a member has spoken during a meeting, other members that have not yet spoken at that meeting will take precedence.
You said it so fast. Has spoken, yes.
During a meeting, other members that have not yet spoken at that meeting take precedence.
Is that correct, Ms. Zillow?
Did you put it in the chat?
It's on the document itself. You said once a member has spoken during the meeting, others that have not yet spoken will take precedence.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Green. Ms. Green has her hand up.
Okay. Good morning. I agree with that subsidiary motion about, if you've spoken first, that, gives a chance to others to speak. But what I don't necessarily agree with is not having the executive board speak first. And that's because it really is dependent on what chancellor you're dealing with. That's how CPAC in particular gets access. Because when Chancellor Carranza had come in, we only met with him as an executive board at the time. We got to meet with him once, and it was towards the end of the time that we served. And I mean, one singular time. And that was not necessarily the first chancellor for that to happen with. People, assume that we automatically have access to these chancellors and we're meeting all the time. And yes, there should be a meeting set up on a monthly basis with chancellors or a quarterly basis with chancellors. However, it doesn't always work that way. It definitely did not work that way during the tenure of Chancellor Carranza. That's only because that's the last person I can point out per se. But it's in the past that has happened as well, where there was a chancellor either was too busy or didn't have the time or was less collaborative or less interested in having that meeting. So let's not assume that the executive board of CPAC, no matter who's on it, that they automatically have access like that, and they automatically get to meet with the chancellor all the time, because that definitely didn't happen during the time that I was there and stuff, and it doesn't guarantee it will happen going forward either. And so a lot of times the executive board have just as many questions as everyone else, because we're all sent there as representatives to CPAC to represent a constituency. So I definitely don't think, if it's not broken, you know, but I do agree with once a member has spoken during a meeting, it is a good precedent to give others a chance to speak so that we can get as many people to speak as possible. But no, I don't agree with leaving out the executive board.
Shirley, you have another question because your hand is still up.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
So
Madam
can you,
Chair, you have the, actually, Brooklyn High School spoken against the motion, so you have to go for simultaneously someone who is for the motion and go back to someone who's against the motion. So you'll have to ask who would like to speak for the motion.
who would like to speak for the motion?
Against the motion, because
Against
for
the
the motion.
motion.
Go ahead, for the motion. Go ahead.
Who would like to speak for the motion? Cody?
Yes, if anyone else wants to speak, please do. I'll give it a second. Otherwise, I will definitely. This is one of the ongoing issues with CPAC having its power and respect back. And the executive board does have access to FACE. You won't necessarily always have a sit-down meeting with the chancellor. That's why you have deputy chancellors and you have FACE. The things are supposed to be handled through them. That they are representatives of the chancellor. So you're supposed to meet with them. Either way, voting members, we're all equal. And the way it's been happening over the past few months is that voting members will have their hand up waiting. And executive members will think of a question and they can go again. So that's why I like that Second Amendment. That suggestion Jessica gave. I like that one. Executive board members, they'll raise their hand again and get to go second and third time while a voting member is still there waiting with their hands up. So we're all equals. We're all voting members. Executive board, that is not your duty to be take priority over your equals. That is not your duty. That's not what you were elected to do. We can go over what you were elected to do. So we're voting members, we're equal, and we should have equal say during our meeting. If you need to meet with the chancellor, if you're having problems with meeting with the chancellor, that's another story that we need to take care of.
Okay, anyone else?
Have two participants raise their hand.
All right. All right.
I'm sorry. I just want to, I don't think Marie C., but Lawrence Pendergrass entered the meeting.
Hi, Shirley. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yes, good. So I know he's supposed to be here for 10. We're approaching that time.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Can we get, we already have the motion. We already accepted the, subsidiary motion. Can we now take a motion to, adopt this so that we can move forward and Mr. Pendergrass can go on? Or we should, amend it to afterwards?
Madam Chair, I would suggest at this point that you stop for now. So we
Yes.
have Mr. Pendergrass is here. So someone for a motion to just temporarily recess this portion so that we can get back to it.
Motion and temporarily to recess this portion, D4.
Okay.
Can we get a
High school
second?
prejudice.
Second,
High school
District
From the
Four.
high school second.
Okay.
And I will stop share. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Pendergrass. You're on the floor. You have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. We know that there are plenty of questions. I'm also here with Chris Grohl, who is the acting commissioner of school health. And so we know we have questions about school reopening, and we know we don't have a huge amount of time. So we want to make sure we're reserving a lot of time for questions. But as you know, as the chancellor keeps saying everywhere she goes, is that we are opening schools. We're excited to welcome our kids back. We have, well over 100,000 students in Summer Rising right now, and we are chugging along. In another little bit more than a month, we'll be opening our schools in September to in-person learning for all of our kids. As you know, the CDC has said, look, school districts across the country, it's a priority. Our schools really need to open for in-person learning. And we want to make sure we're in alignment with the CDC guidance that we are making that happen. So we are, again, excited to be here. We know there are questions, and we're willing to take them as they come in.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, this is out of order. Mr. Pendergrass, would you please introduce yourself fully as well as your title to our constituency? Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Lawrence Pendergast. I'm the Deputy Chief Academic Officer for Teaching and Learning.
And good morning. I'm Christopher Grohl, the Acting Assistant Commissioner for School Health with the Department of Education.
Angela, District 8, I'm sorry, if you have a question.
Yes, hi. I wanted to know with our possible, plan for reopening, whether a policy has been established yet or is in discussion as to how many kids would have to test positive in order for a classroom and or a school building to be closed. From what I'm hearing within my district, well, actually not even my district, but just even talking with other presidents, there have been, for Summer Rising, they had a policy, but it wasn't necessarily applied consistently throughout. So I just want to know what the policy will be going into September. Thank you.
Sure, that's an excellent question, Angela. And as you know, the vaccination efforts that are happening across the city and the number of vaccinated students will actually help us this year, as those students that are vaccinated as well as staff will not need to quarantine. So that's a dynamic that changes from last year that actually keeps children in school, helps us, as far as keeping folks in the building and providing instruction on a regular basis. However, I'll just quickly go through an overview around a single case and multiple cases, and then I'll stop and then we can kind of engage in any further dialogue if needed. So when someone in a school community does test positive, the school immediately calls the situation room. I know that you referred to Summer Rising. I know we clearly had multiple cases in Summer Rising. There were buildings and classrooms that needed to be shut down. I would love to know a little more specifics. If there was a specific school or situation, please share with us as we continue to work through that. This summer was interesting, right? We launched 900 buildings. You had assistant principals running buildings. We had, lots of folks that were involved that normally aren't involved in the summer. And it was a yeoman's task to pull it off. And quite frankly, it did an excellent job around all the health and safety protocols. But we're always debriefing and learning from situations. So please let us know if there's a specific school or site that you had some concerns around the following protocols. So the situation was really like a multi-agency effort. So we work closely with DOHMH, we work closely with the Department of Buildings, we work closely with City Hall, and there's groups of folks that are making determinations based on the information that's called in. So they will define what's a close contact, they'll let the principal know who are the folks that would need to quarantine, and they actually reach out to the people that might have been nearby or within the definition of close contact to actually talk through, were they wearing a mask, how many minutes were they in contact with the certain folks, were they in the classroom, or did they leave and go in another classroom after? So all those conversations after the call is made to the Situation Room usually takes around 24 hours. Multiple investigations happen, and then a determination is made. Do we need to shut a classroom down? Are we seeing isolated cases in different parts of the building that aren't connected? And then we need to make a building decision. And then more importantly, who are the folks that we don't want in the building due to the nature of the exposure in order to protect those folks that weren't exposed. If there is someone that's test positive, that person is automatically placed in isolation for the 10 days. And then we look at the other close contacts. For this fall, what will be different, as I alluded to earlier, if you're vaccinated and we know that there's proof of vaccination, that close contact will be removed from the quarantine list, and we'll be able to continue to attend class, which is really a huge incentive, and what we're reminding building administrators right now, as well as parents, because obviously the more folks that are vaccinated helps us on the case side, helps us fight the Delta variant, but more importantly, keeps kids in front of teachers and keeps teachers in front of kids. So we're working closely with the unions also. The mayor has a mandate now around staff. It's an excellent thing. So if a staff member is not vaccinated, they're subject to weekly testing. That's another change from last year that'll help us. So that's a single case. If it's multiple cases and there's 4 or more confirmed cases in 4 different classrooms over the course of 7 days, then the Department of Health needs to get involved. They'll collect evidence, they'll speak to folks, they might even visit the school, and then they'll make a determination to let the Department of Education know, okay, now we realize that this isn't isolated, it's not easy to control, we believe it's wider spread, and we need to make a decision around the actual building. And that's when you'll hear, as we anticipate, the first week of school, that we will actually have multiple cases in certain places, and decisions will need to be made around closure. At that point, the new definition from the CDC helps us because wearing masks, like a universal mask wearing policy, vaccination efforts, weekly testing, and we have robust testing that we're going to continue, into the fall. That helps us really cut down the list of close contacts. And the thought here is that it might be, very few situations where we're going to find that there's going to be multiple cases not connected in a building where we might need to shut down, 4 or more classrooms. If it's beyond the 4 classrooms and we believe that, let's take a co-located campus and we find out that across the campus, potentially there's a school with 2 positive cases on the 4th floor, and then we find out that there's another school that's not connected, there's been no intermingling, and there's other cases on the 1st floor, then decisions are made around, what do we need to do for the actual building? And at the same time, if there's multiple staff members that are asked to quarantine, we would then look at it from an operational standpoint. Can we actually open a building, and do we have enough, adults in the building to continue to work through that? So that's really the process. I think it's a great question. I want to build off of what Larry led with, which is we have final drafts. We are waiting for sign off from state ed, state health, local Department of Mental Health and Hygiene. Our partner has already signed off on our guidance. And we expect that within the next 7 to 10 days, many of the items that I'm talking to will actually be on paper and in a deck and available to actually share with you. It's just right now there's too many questions and answers that need to be finalized.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we have District 25, and then we'll have District 9. Angela, could you lower your hand, please?
Thank you, Jimmy. There seems to be some misinformation about vaccinated people. Vaccinated people can still spread the disease. They're not fully immune to it. So by saying that a kid that's been in close contact doesn't have to quarantine, I would think that that class should be tested and everyone should come out negative before you keep them in school, because unvaccinated people, there's a misinformation that they're saying they're the only ones who spread it, but only someone who has COVID can spread the disease, whether they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. So that's something that's very confusing, with telling people that if you're vaccinated, you don't have to do a lot of things. We still all have to take precautions. The vaccination, from my understanding, is for the person's own safety, not for in case they get the disease, not for the spread.
Yes, that's an excellent question, Francis. And as a parent myself, one that I worry about and talk through with my colleagues. So remember how our guidance works. So we really wait to hear from the CDC. We then meet with the mayor's team and his doctors, and then we work closely with our partners at the Department of Mental Health. And there's multiple mitigation strategies. So it's not just, hey, I've been vaccinated, I have the golden ticket. It's really about the universal mask wearing, the ensuring that there's 3 feet of distance, the ensuring that during lunch, if masks are off while eating, that they're spread out 6 feet where possible. And then more importantly, the ventilation efforts that the Department of Ed has partnered with the Division of School Facilities to do. So there's a lot of other factors that we're hearing from the medical doctors that are determining, hey, if somebody's vaccinated and they wore a mask and the room had proper HEPA filters and blah, 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 they might not need to quarantine. However, all those phone conversations and discussions and the investigation does happen, whether vaccinated or not, by the folks in the Situation Room. But yes, I do think it's a great question. There seems to be 2 camps to that question, and we, quite frankly, are subject to following the guidance that's released by our state ed department, our state health department, and the CDC. And what we're putting in our guidance is what they're recommending. The big thing also, just to share, the big concern this year has really been the loss of, instructional time, and more importantly, even just the loss of social time and structure and the ability for kids to actually have an option beyond a remote option. The amount of information that we're hearing from doctors and the experts on the mental health side is scary as well. So I think, we're all in agreement. Let's get them in the building. Let's get them in front of teachers. But there's lots of things as this develops that we learn that is new. So if we do need to pivot and change, and we are seeing like an uptick in vaccinated breakthrough COVID symptoms, then yes, I think you're right. I think that's something that's going to be monitored and tracked. And we're always prepared to kind of pivot and move to something else if necessary.
G9.
So I have a question. Let's say if a therapist or someone that has multiple children, how would that happen? And the other thing is, those schools that have not been reporting, like you know how you get the emails about the testing and stuff like that. Most schools have not been consistent with the emails.
Ms. Cardona, it's hard to hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Much better, yes, thank you.
Okay, so I was saying was, how is it handled when a therapist or a teacher
We lost you again, Ms. Cardona. We lost you again.
I'll write my question in the chat. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Aisha, District 5.
Good morning. Okay. On our school calendar, we have days which are like election day, and if it snows, we already have remote. DOE plans for us to go remote. So with that, and with all of the cases that we're seeing in other states of children getting sick as they're going back to school, why aren't we planning for a full remote option? We're not talking hybrid. We know the problems. I understand about the kids need to be in person. The kids need to be healthy and safe first. So we already have a system for certain days. Why isn't that option allowed to parents that either want to be full remote or full in person, which would give the space in our buildings, in our classrooms, and would help families, would help the teachers, like would give an option for everyone. I don't understand why that's not being talked about or planned for.
So a couple of things. One, I think, to your point, we want what's best for the kids. We really do. And what we saw, what New York State saw, what the country saw, actually the world, New York Times did a summary of the research from around the world. What we saw was that students did not do well with remote learning around the world. And it had such an impact, not only on their academic performance, but on their social emotional growth, that it became, even for the CDC, a concern, a health concern. And so they announced that the priority really is that people come back to school. Those people are 8 years old or 18 years old. It's essential that they have in-person learning. And they went so far as to say, and it's page 7 of the guidance that they sent out just a few weeks ago, it says no student should be excluded from school to maintain a minimum distancing requirement. Now that's from the CDC. That's not our policy, but that was from the CDC. And the reason I say it is because I want to highlight their message, which was that having a child away from school, away from their teachers and school communities is not healthy, that it is a health and safety risk in their own development. And so we, as you know, the mayor and the chancellor have been extremely strong about this. We are bringing our students back. When it comes to going into remote, there's been a lot of questions about how to approach it on snow days and election days, as you read. The number one thing we want to do is have kids stay connected to their teacher, whether they're in person or if they have to go into remote for a few days because of a classroom closure. We want them connected to their teachers. It's essential. It's essential for the development. It's essential for their growth. And for their learning, it's important that the teacher who knows them, who knows how they are as learners, who knows their progress, always has access to them, and they always have access to the teacher. So we know, and we have heard the voices of families who are saying, hey, remote work for me. And we absolutely know, like for some high school students, remote went really well for them. And we saw that, we acknowledge it, and we've created several pilots, especially at the high school level, to capitalize on some of what we learned last year. But remote learning was a response to the pandemic crisis that we went through last year. But it also happened at a great cost to a lot of our kids. And so the need really is to bring them back.
Shirley, and then Rashida.
Hi, thank you, gentlemen, for coming to answer our questions. I'm going to go back to overcrowded, overcapacity schools. We know that with social distancing, everyone won't fit into the building. So we were told that they'll increase or strictly enforce mask wearing and increase testing. What does increased testing mean? What is the frequency? If it's once a week already, are we going every other day, twice a week, 3 times a week? What does increased testing entails? And the other part is who's vaccinated don't need to be quarantined is a little issue, because whether you're vaccinated or not, you can be asymptomatic and not have the symptoms, don't know you have COVID. So I want to understand the logic of not quarantining or mandating those who were exposed to get tested.
Yeah, so thank you for your questions. You know, and to the last point, you know, again, you know, what I had mentioned earlier, as we receive guidance from the CDC and the medical experts, they continue to monitor and check and watch, and they actually continue to look at all the latest research as they're providing us with the guidance that's needed for us to make decisions. But yes, we are looking at, you know, the universal mask wearing is extremely important. Last year, we led with social distancing. Remember, you know, early on with Dr. Fauci and others explaining what physical distancing was and what social distancing, and they led with that as being like the most important thing. Research will show and tell you now that if you're wearing a mask, that's the best and greatest defense. There's been lots of studies with students on buses. There's actually been students on buses that weren't wearing, that actually had symptoms, but everybody on the bus was wearing masks. And the determination was that we're not as concerned with our students under the age of 12 as far as distancing. We're more concerned that they're wearing masks. So yes, there'll be the universal mask wearing policy. That will be for all students and staff, whether vaccinated or not. And as far as the weekly testing, plans are still being worked out. It is dependent also on how many folks are vaccinated. So we're looking and hearing from the medical doctors around what the plan will be. It will be the same type of consenting. Parents and guardians will need to consent. And there'll be the random surveillance testing either on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, but we're waiting for final information yet around what that will look like.
Rashid,
Thank
and
you.
then Jessica.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I'm actually going to read the question from Grisel Cardona from District 9 in the Bronx, because we have the same concerns in our district. What if the teacher that visits, what if it's a teacher that visits multiple classes or therapists that is positive? How is that handled in regards to like trying to do, the cohorts and the pods?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. So again, as I shared earlier, all teachers need to be vaccinated. If not vaccinated, they're subject to weekly testing. If they don't have weekly testing, then they won't be able to be, around kids. We are also requiring that all adults in a classroom need to be 6 feet from children. The research will show you that student-to-student spread is very minimal at all if they're close together. However, we still are concerns around adult-to-child spread. So we're mandating 6 feet in the classroom, 6 feet in all places from a teacher to student. And what was the second part of the question?
Well, if the therapist visits more than
right, good point. Yep. Sorry. So if it's an itinerant teacher that that works through multiple schools, or if it's a teacher in the building that visits multiple classrooms, or is team teaching, or whatever the scenario is, clearly in those case scenarios, we're requiring vaccination, we're requiring the mask wearing, we're requiring the 6 feet. And then when and if there's symptoms with that teacher or a student in a class, then the key thing here is that investigation and the sharing and knowledge that we have around the role of the teacher. What was the teacher's schedule? That gets shared with the situation room. How many kids were visited? What classrooms were they visited? Did they actually go as an itinerant to a second school in the afternoon? All that stuff will be tracked and shared with the situation room as they make determinations around their investigation based on the evidence, and then we'll make a decision around close contact, quarantine, or closure.
Thank you. And if parents are not being informed of positive cases, what's the best, like who do we contact?
Yeah, so all the guidance will have a central contact. There'll be a contact for the Department of Mental Health and Hygiene. There'll also be a local contact for the situation room. Parents are notified as soon as the investigation happens. Due to the nuances, yeah, I hear you, and would love for you to share with Sadie and others, where there are examples. Larry and I are big on correcting information and situations that didn't get handled correctly. So I would love to know, and please share.
Okay,
but again, when the investigation ends and the determination is made, parents are notified. And there's two types of communication. You're notified if your child needs to quarantine, and then you're also notified if there was a case in the school. You don't have to quarantine, but we're alerting you that something's happening in the building.
And if you're not comfortable sharing in the full meeting, you can share privately in the chat. Some people already are.
Okay, we have Jessica, and then we'll have Leonard.
Hi, thank you both for being here. My question is actually in regards to the gifted and talented results. I'm concerned of overcrowding, given the way the new procedure is going. Not all the classrooms can necessarily fit the max of 25 for kindergarten and 32 for first to third. So have the results been published, and have people started accepting the seats? And what happens if a classroom is too overcrowded to accommodate all those children?
Yeah, so great question. I won't answer specifically around gifted and talented because Larry Sadie and I will go back to that office and get some clarity. But I will answer in regard to over enrollment or schools that are overutilized or beyond capacity as we're returning to 100%. We are working closely with individual principals. Each school, each principal has received the capacity, the number of enrollment anticipated for September, as well as the number of students they could fit in each room in the building, as well as common areas based on the 3-foot rule and based on the CDC guidance. So we are working closely directly with principals. Superintendents are creating templates for their districts where there's issues and problems that we need to resolve. And we're actually going as far as working closely with the SCA and City Hall around, are there other options? Are there buildings geographically that we could lease? Are there spaces or Catholic schools that might not be used? Where can we potentially alleviate some of the over enrollment? But we'll get back to you around the specifics of gifted and talented.
Thank you. Queens is just severely overcrowded, along with some of the other. And District 28, there's 3 huge buildings going up across PS 220.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Leonard?
Yes, hi, good morning. Thank you for being here. You mentioned a few minutes ago, you talked about student-to-student spread being pretty small. I was wondering, do you have any actual data on the numbers of suspected or confirmed cases of student-to-student transmission in New York City schools from the time that kids went back? And my next question, which relates to that one, is also the same question, but do you have any actual data to give us figures or numbers as to the numbers of documented cases of spread from students to staff or administration? I guess there's a palpable fear out there, and I was just wondering what the actual numbers are, or if there's any.
Yeah, so excellent question, and I will share that there's limited information around, due to privacy laws, as you can imagine, and due to HIPAA and many of the health-related laws that are in place. So there's very limited information around teacher to student, student to student, student to student in the classroom, or where it actually took place. We do, however, on a weekly basis, get the positivity rate. So like I would know right now what the positivity rates were on the last day of school, which I know was 0.004. It taken into consideration the basically 30% of students in person, 70% remote in all buildings in the city on the last day in June. It was 0.004. It's always trended extremely lower than the citywide average, the school average. And nationally, that's been the case, which is why folks feel this full-on return is necessary, because the numbers, schools have been doing a great job of actually controlling the spread. And I do know, and I'll look quickly now, summarizing the 7-day average, because outside of the daily rate, if you read and you keep track of this and you have apps on your phone like many of us do, they actually go by the 7-day average, which is really important. So the last day of summarizing in the city was at 0.19%, was the rolling average, which is a lot lower than New York City, but was an uptick from the last day in June, which I just shared. If you want, we could share these numbers, with Sadie and kind of give you a larger snapshot. There's a couple of things that Larry and I need to get back to you. I could dig a little deeper and see what I can get my hands on around some of the questions around staff to staff, students to staff, et cetera. Just know that a lot of the privacy laws don't allow for a lot of that information to be shared.
I would greatly appreciate if you could do that, because I'd like to see what's out there. Thank you very much.
Understood. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hold on. Let the record show that First Deputy Chancellor Donald Conyers is here, along with his team and Helen Kwong. So I'm not sure what if Mr. Pendergast has 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes. At your call, Madam Chair.
Okay, Lewis, you'll be the last question, and then we'll bring in Deputy Chancellor Conyers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question. At the CEC meeting of June 16th, District Superintendent said he has 3 schools that are over-enrolled, and he's going to try to lease some space. I have one in particular, the Mott Hall School, original one at Convent Avenue, 131st. they trying to lease space at City College. What happens if they're unable to? The kids going to be still over crowded. Is there a plan by the DOE on how to help these schools?
Yes, Luis, that's an excellent question, and thanks for that suggestion. We actually will speak to the SEA and see if that's a viable option. We are aware of the schools in District 6. You haven't called out the 3, but I'm sure we have them in our notes. And we're actually working creatively, as I shared earlier, meeting with each principal in the city, meeting with their superintendents, and figuring out additional strategies if there's classrooms in the city and buildings that are over-enrolled. Those strategies in some buildings might include staggered start times, staggered end times, multiple, different entrances. We're going to look at common spaces. It wouldn't be odd if we actually converted a library to a classroom or looked at a physical education space to convert to a classroom. So we're doing all that we can to have students in the same building as when they left pre-COVID and in front of the same teachers. However, it's going to get tricky. And if need be, we will make a request and we will look to lease space nearby if there's clearly a need and all strategies were pursued and that we need to look to potentially find another option. So thanks for that question. I appreciate that. And I know that we're out of time, so I just really want to thank all of you for allowing us to join you this morning. Excellent questions. We have a little bit of homework on a few of them, and we'll definitely get back to you as soon as possible. And I'm hopeful that in the next week or two, final guidance will go out to all of you and families. And we could also make ourselves available if we need to come back after the guidance to talk through anything else as school starts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We now have First Deputy Chancellor Donald Conyers along with his team.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me back. What you will probably have is the continuation of our colleagues' recitation, Larry Pendergast and Chris Grohl. I'm here this morning essentially to listen, lend support, give you any updates that I have. I will tell you that the information that Chris Grohl and Larry Pendergast have shared with you, that information is consistent with information that I would have been giving you this morning, but also very happy to listen and learn, and also assure you that a couple of things are happening on the ground with superintendents. Superintendents are very much keyed into I was listening to Mr. Camillo's comment around Mott Hall in District 6. These questions about space and then the options that are being explored are really actively being explored right now. And as Chris Grohl indicated, our intent primarily is to ensure that we can manage and keep everyone in their respective sites, but also realizing that if there are other options that become available because of the need, then we'll be actively and rigorously exploring them to ensure that our students can come back to a school in-person situation. I've heard and have been hearing for weeks about the options for remote, and I've been on the call since a little bit after 10, so I know that that was addressed. I know that it continues to be in the minds and hearts of many. I am standing on what the option is that has been decided at the DOE, also understanding that life takes its own course. We plan and then we live. So we're planning for in person, and we will see that everything that we're doing is to satisfy that in person, and hopefully the conditions in our city will not necessitate the entire city going back into a remote learning experience. I know that there are others that have different perspectives about, providing the option. I am definitely in league with the chancellor and the mayor, who've also indicated the chancellor's been very clear. The mayor certainly clear about opening and having all students back, and that is the posture that I have taken, and I'm moving in that direction as well. You've heard about the health precautions and the steps that are taken. I've heard parents speak about those that are vaccinated not being totally free of the getting COVID or the Delta, all of that very true. I also know that we have both the responsibility to be, as we keep students and adults safe, but to get our students back into an environment where we can begin to accelerate the learning. I do know in life, and I don't want to offend anyone. I do know that in life, when we don't try, we don't do. So if we don't, and that's the word approximate for me. If we don't approximate this, if we don't execute on this, we will forever be in that one place of not moving toward coming to school. And I think that we are responsible enough to ensure that when if conditions change such that it is not something that we can sustain, I'm sure that the right decisions will be made as to what we do next relative to our students and our staff and our families regarding in-person instruction. I know that for the parents that have experienced the change, the positive change in their students as a result of being at home, I'm sure that is something that you want to sustain and keep. I also realize that the majority of students have not, as Larry Pendergast and the research has stated, that they have not flourished and they have not. So for the students that have, I really can appreciate the parent's position. I too am a parent, so I don't approach this strictly from that of an educator, and certainly not as a bureaucrat, but certainly as a human being that understands the parental aspect. And I want to make sure that, and we are making sure that everything that we do will be able to promote a sustained experience in person for students, which involves encouraging as many adults as possible and students that are eligible to be vaccinated. You've heard about the robust movement regarding ventilation that we've taken. You've heard about the mask wearing. New York City has not relented, even when other municipalities have, relative to masks. We understand the mask wearing, and we understand also the ability to maintain some distance. What I'm more concerned about is not the schoolhouse, to be very honest with you. It is more about what happens outside of school when students are away from the school building, when students are now, it is warm, it's hot actually. And for those students that are out and about with their friends, and as I travel around the city and I'm looking at individuals, some I don't know, many I don't know, some I do know, there's not this precaution even in the streets, even though there's been guidance that outside you don't have to wear a mask. I still think that there should be some distancing. There's a lot of, I passed the park last evening on my way home, and the kids are being kids, but they were all on top of one another, no one with a mask. So I'm concerned more about what they do when they're not with us in schools. Just as concerned as I'm concerned about what they do when they're in schools. We're taking every precaution to ensure that the space is fully utilized in a way that will be beneficial to learning and to ensuring that students are healthy and adults are healthy and safe. I can't give you any magic bullets. I don't have any, but what I do have to hold on to are the steps that we are taking to ensure that students will return to a wholesome environment, one that is welcoming, one where educators and adults are ready to receive them, one where the staff members have been vaccinated and or are submitting to weekly testing, one where the adult staff is maintaining that distance away from students to ensure that there is no kind of spread, and one where students are observing the distancing as much as possible, the mask wearing, the ventilation is working, and all of our youngsters 12 and up are encouraged to be vaccinated. Those are the things that we have to hold on to. And on top of that, we are ready to return to this active and more vibrant learning, which takes into account the social emotional wellness of students and also the academics, so that we deliver and help students come back and return to a place where they left so many months ago, not just a building, a place in their learning and the habits that they formed and the relationships that they were in the midst of. And in terms of some of our students, and my nephew included, they're not used to raising their hands to say, may I go to the bathroom now? Because right now, and I can tell you this, my nephew in the middle of anything, on screen, off screen, gets up, goes to the kitchen, goes to the bathroom. So it's we're not confused or fooled about the return to school and what it means in terms of also helping our students to reacclimate in a way, but also find new realities within schools. Those realities being that I don't put, I'm not standing on top of my friends when I'm talking. I'm making sure that I'm keeping distance. I'm still relating. I'm still being social, but it's a whole new learning that human beings, we are dynamic, and we are definitely an advanced intelligence. We're capable of these changes, and we make these changes so that we can make these smaller. These are smaller things that we have to do in order to achieve greater and larger things, which is making sure that our students are both college and career ready, cognizant of who they are, making sure that they understand how to relate to others that look like them, don't look like them, how we appreciate life and all the things that the gifts that life brings, knowing that each of us is gifted. Each of us has something to offer to a larger society beyond ourselves. All of that happens, and it will happen in a much solid and more concretized way when we're in community together. So as I said earlier, if we don't make a move, if we don't approximate, we will stay where we are. So I know comfort says, and I fall into this too, I fall into my level of comfort. Where my growth happens, where my maturation happens, where the improvement happens is when I come outside of my zone of comfort and do those things that need to be done. If I stay in my little bubble, I just am there. But I need to be over there, and unless I make those steps to go over there, I'll never get there. So I'm hoping that we all can take the steps together, and parent leaders are very important in this as well. Parent leaders are encouraged because you're touching the lives of other parents. You're touching, and your voices are being transmitted to not just parents, but students and to anyone that is listening. So it is important that you understand our motivation for this. This is not a political scheme. This is for the betterment of our students, their lives, their educational paths, their futures, and for the city that we are in, that we live in. And with that, I will yield and try to answer any new questions that you have to the best of my ability. And anything that I don't have, I want to thank Helen, my executive assistant, for being on. She'll capture, and we'll be sure to get those questions and with some responses back to either Sadie or anyone else on your CPAC. And congratulations to all of you on the CPAC. Thank you for serving. Thank you for being constant voices, constant conscious checkers, and constant members that have demonstrated and continue to demonstrate that this is an important endeavor that we take on together. So I appreciate you. Everyone is important to me, and your voices are important to me. No one person has all the answers. I profess never to be right about everything, wrong about many things, but that which I'm right about is that I'm here to promote excellence for both students, adults, families, and for myself. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question.
Yes.
Which I didn't get chance. I was letting everyone else. How many schools will be providing social distancing? And will they provide the list and explain what the plans are for those that cannot? Since you're going in and doing all these things, how is this going to be related to us as parents?
Okay, good question. So let me try to give back to you, Jimmy, what I think I've heard. How many schools will be maintaining the 3 feet distancing?
Right. Yeah,
And
this is mostly going according to what we've been reading, where you got, now you're saying that each child have to have a certain amount of square feet in the classroom. So if you have a classroom that's 500 square feet and another one that's 700 square feet, how are you going to be able to put the children in there, especially if the class is already overcrowded? And we need these reports because as parents, these are our children. And we are thinking about their safety and all of their precautions. We understand what you're saying, but we can't be told that because these are our children in the long run. And this is why we're out here fighting this cause for our children.
absolutely. So 2 things I'll say to that. First of all, why are you yelling at me, Jimmy?
I'm not yelling. This is just the way I talk. So I'm sorry. Once you get to know me, this is just me. It is not. And my camera is off because my internet is unsteady. So with the camera off, I can go that way. This is how, once you get to know me, this is just my voice.
Jimmy, I was just kidding. I know you.
Oh, okay.
I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Each superintendent, each principal, sorry, has received space data. That data tells them room by room what they're able to do in these rooms as it relates to the number of students that can fit into the room. The principals working with the superintendents are supposed to identify any areas in terms of those rooms, any rooms in their schools where they are not able to have students populate in that room because there's too many students. They will work a plan. And in terms of that plan being, where will we, what other areas of the building can we use? Do we need to go into a situation where we need to contract or get more space outside of our building? All of those things are part of the interaction and discussion and the data that are shared with the superintendent and the principal and the superintendent, and in that order. What happens is, in terms of the data sharing, I will have to go back to Larry Pendergast, who was just on, and find out that answer. I don't have that answer, and I don't make up answers. I tell you clearly, if I don't know, Jimmy, and I don't have that answer for you. But I do understand your sentiment, and I do understand the importance of the questions that you're asking, and we will relate and get back to you with what we have.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You see how calm you are now?
No.
Just kidding. All right. Good to hear you though, Jimmy.
Okay. We have District 5 and then Manhattan High Schools.
Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. I know you said remote whatever was addressed, but it was never answered. But I'm going to ask this. As far as vaccination,
We can barely hear you. You breaking up, Aisha.
So we see that in LA, and I keep saying other states have shown us things that I say in LA, in other states, we have seen as they go back to school, the effects that that's having full in person. In LA, they just went to 100% testing for the unvaccinated students. So what are we gonna do, especially for the children? I know we're trying to get 12 to 17 vaccinated, but 4 to 11 cannot. So what are we gonna do with those that cannot get vaccinated or those that are not vaccinated in the 12 to 17-year-old range to make sure they're safe, since DOE seems to be doubling down on.
I think she fell off. And I didn't really get the gist of the question.
We need 100% vaccination, folks, weekly. I mean, we need 100% testing for unvaccinated students.
Need 100% testing for Oh, you mean you're saying, okay, again, good point. Donald doesn't have the absolute answer for that. Do have a note of that. And I think I put stringing together the previous comment saying because you have students that are below the age of 12 where there is no vaccination, you're pushing for or parents are pushing for 100% testing. So noted.
All right, Cody.
Yes. Hi, First Deputy Chancellor. How you doing
Hi.
today?
Well, how are you, doctor?
Good, thank God, good. There needed to be reopening plans and options laid out way before this. We all know this. Parent leaders have created a way for DOE to meet with lead and senior representatives of educational stakeholders to have prepared and well thought out plans for reopening of schools and enhance educational opportunities for students. We need to discuss the citywide comprehensive education plan together in an organized manner. The village has to come together. The work has been done. All DOE has to do is show up and attend. DOE can now meet with parent leaders from every borough, union leaders, student leaders, community, and elected leaders at the same time. We are not asking for anything new. We're asking for DOE to adhere to its own regulations, A655, Article 13. In this time of COVID-19 and its variants, we need to come together. The village needs to come together. None of us can do this on our own. We have solutions for your consideration. For example, the Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer's letter stressing the need for a remote option. The UFT President Michael Mulgrew's well-suited idea of creating a citywide remote option to relieve schools of programming nightmares. And my idea as a fellow educator of possibly establishing a memorandum of understanding with K through 12 online school instead of reinventing the wheel are excellent ideas that can be deliberated and discussed at the same time, shared decision-making citywide to effectively accommodate all of our babies, as the chancellor says. The chancellor doesn't have to do this alone. So please save the date, September 20th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. to make sure the chancellor is represented at the next Citywide Leadership Team Summit. Together we can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if Sadie, maybe you can speak to me a little later about this date, and I have a couple of questions for you in terms of what we've done on our side, if anything, vis-a-vis this entity, this organization. All right.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Sadie. Thank you, Dr. Cody.
Thank you, sir. Have a beautiful day. Stay cool.
As long as I stay inside.
Okay. District 13, and then we'll have Queens.
Good morning, Donald. How you doing?
I'm good, Ben. Yeah, how are you, sir?
Congratulations. All right. I just got one quick question. I'm getting a lot from my parents over in District 13. For students that are not vaccinated, what will be the enforcement in place for them? If a child comes in there not vaccinated, the parents say they don't want them vaccinated with that vaccine. Are they going to be regularly tested every day or every week, or how is that going to go about it? How is the schools going to do that and enforce it?
So what I've heard, and what I heard Larry and Chris Gross speak about were, the precautionary measures that we have to take, which is the mask, which is the distancing, which is relying on the ventilation, which is also making sure that, first of all, we can't force the students. Let me just be clear about that. We can't force students and families to have their students vaccinated. But what we can do is make sure that they are doing the things that we know will help to mitigate, diminish, or eliminate the possibility of spread. So I can't tell you about the frequency of the testing. I'm sorry if I missed that earlier when Chris Grohl was on. If you didn't ask that question, Ben, or if it wasn't asked, the frequency of the testing for students, I can't tell you. I do know that adults that are not vaccinated or don't show proof of that vaccination must be submitted to weekly testing. I'm not really sure about, as I sit here, whether or not that will also apply to students. And what I think is really pushing for is around this level of consequence, in terms of if a student is not vaccinated and will they be tested, and if they're not tested, what is the level of consequence? And all of these things are still in the works, in play. What we're looking at is the hopes that and pushing toward about more students being vaccinated. About 50% of our students that are eligible have been vaccinated in the city, and that is surpasses the national average, which really says something but doesn't say enough for us, because we'd like to have 100% of the eligible students vaccinated. And for those that cannot be, we want to make sure that we do have the things in place, like the ventilation, the mask wearing, the distancing as much as possible, making sure that schools continue to reinforce the necessity of doing these things, and that we are continuing to encourage more and more students to be vaccinated. That is what we have. That is the best that we can do. The first step here, with outside of mandating vaccines for students, is to get our workforce vaccinated, and that's what we're working on. And we're trying to make this as accessible and easy as possible to be done, and it will make differences in school by school in the lives of those adults and the students. Thanks, Ben.
Shirley.
Hello, good morning, First Deputy Chancellor. I'm going to
morning.
turn the topic around a little bit. My colleagues are doing an excellent job of asking questions about the reopening and stuff. How about our personal and private information security? Can you talk about the data breach? We've been getting periodically scam emails. What the DOE is doing to protect our information, and why are we getting the information about the data breach secondhand? Why DOE didn't address this to the parents?
Data breach. Data breach. First of all, I'm not going to be as detailed an expert as you may want for this, Ms. Albin. But the data breach did not happen widespread across the entire agency, and there were some isolated, unfortunate incidents. The Department of Education partnered with an agency in cybersecurity to ensure that all the correct steps were being taken to ameliorate and eliminate any further possibilities of that kind of a breach. That agency, in partnership with the DOE, if I am assuming that you're one of the ones, for example, that had your information breached, would be on behalf of the DOE reaching out to each of the parties that were impacted to apprise them, let them know about it, to offer solutions such as the credit protection, and to make and if there's something for students, another option to provide a different ID number, perhaps, for example, so that you don't have my ID number and you're utilizing it, and that there's a different ID number. Those things happen, and that's not something that is like information that impacted everyone. And I think the parties involved I know the parties involved were directly communicated with. And I believe that was the method of choice, and the most effective way to, first of all, and stop the incident from proliferating, and also to make sure that we made whole, and to improve the security for those that were impacted and for everyone else. So now, for example, I have this, and many of you probably experience it with your banking and anything else. There's a multi-layer authentication system. So when I can't even go into my email now without doing a second step. And those things, I can't send a document out with a link that provides something I wanted to send to you I'd have to list you. I can't just send the link. So the steps have been taken to ensure that we do the very best that we can. You do know that cybersecurity and the breaches to information, that is a worldwide issue and it's critical, and we're staying on top of it to ensure that we can keep up with all of the new criminal minds that are able to infiltrate and do what they need to do in terms of trying to breach privacy. So that's what I have for you out there in Queens.
The last question to you, First Deputy, is with District 4, Rashida.
Thank you, Jimmy. Hi, First Deputy Chancellor. I'm just still waiting for the snitch line.
Oh, it's ask. Well, we can't really call it a snitch line. The line is up, and it's ask leadership team. Ask leadership team, and Helen, would you put that in the chat? It's ask leadership team at, and it's been up at schools.nyc.gov. And am I correct, Helen? The line has been up. And this line is really more around the leadership team activity, whether it be school, district, to ensure that we are communicating, you're communicating with us things that are either indiscretions, things that are there are gaps, where gaps exist, things that are not going right. It's supposed to be, these things are supposed to be done procedurally, but over and over again, you keep experiencing these other things. This is more about ensuring that you have voice, and you also have the ability to communicate, even in privacy, because it comes to us, doesn't mean that we are saying who said this. Like Rashida we're not going to say Rashida said that at, Principal Pantelides school, the following things go on. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is these are things that we need to examine and make sure that we are doing properly. So it is, I know I said snitch line the last time I was with you, but it is really more about an information leading to improvement and correction where needed. That's what the line is. And Helen, did you put it? Yes, it is in the chat there. I see it there. Ask leadership team at schools.nyc.gov. So I'm sorry we didn't get it earlier, but we went to work on that immediately and activated that. I think that Dr. Cody was like one of the first ones to drop something in there. All right.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering how parents were notified of this email address.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if I said it at a meeting or at this meeting. Probably not this meeting because you didn't have it. But certainly, I don't know. I don't remember. So I'm sorry about that. But I do know that we shared the information. I don't know how. I didn't share it personally. Okay.
I appreciate you.
All right. I appreciate you as well. And Jimmy Brown, I do need to drop for an 11 o'clock meeting.
Yes. And we do thank you for coming.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm always happy to be here. And we'll get answers to things that I was not able to answer and I refuse to make up answers for. We'll do our very best to get you answers. And again, I salute all of you for your commitment and for your care. More importantly, you care. That's why you're doing this, and it's important to keep us all on the correct path on behalf of our students. So have a blessed day, everybody, and thank you so much.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is our face is with Sadie Campos, who's our face liaison. She's our director. I can't get it straight. I'm so sorry, Sadie, with all these.
I'm your loyal and
Madam
loving.
Chair, just a point of order to address Ben Green before moving on to Sadie. He had his hand up before.
Okay, Ben.
Left.
Okay.
Quickly.
Hi, Ben. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben. I think his hand was up from before and he never took it down.
Okay, then move on, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. It's your floor, Executive Director Sadie. I got it straight now.
I'm good with like loyal and loving public servant or, you know, radical bureaucrat, whatever works for you guys. That's fine. Um, Deep breath, guys. I'm reporting live from quarantining. So I'm a public school parent and I am right there with you guys. And I just want to name all of the emotions and fears and unease and uncertainty that I read in chat. It's a lot. And I thank my colleagues, Larry and of course, Donald and Chris Grohl for giving the best information possible, even when it's not the information that we all agree with or you all agree with at times. I think that's a matter of just keeping us safe that we share the best information that we have. But I also want to acknowledge all of the chat from the parent leaders across the city that said, you know, our parent voice isn't being heard. For me, that's my job to make sure that I uplift that I center that. And so I just wanted to reflect back that this is a really hard and uneasy time. And a lot of us have been sort of trying to be normalized to just keep going and to just keep going and not recognize that we are moving in a state of duress. So it's just a lot. And we've all, a lot of us have been survivors or surviving and for a long time now at this point. And so I'm just sort of having an emotional, you know, connection with that because as good as the information that we may have given you, it doesn't obviously quell that there is a pandemic all around us and it's raging. So with that, good morning, everybody. I don't want to repeat a lot of the same things that that my colleagues had said, but I'm happy to if needed. I wanted to share that FACE, along with my colleagues who you heard from, as well as the city DOH and state DOH, is working on a deck that is on health and safety so that parents all over the city can have access to this information, not just elected parent leaders, although that's really important, but just parents and community members, advocates and students alike, because we're getting a lot of similar questions. And so I'm happy to go through that. But I wanted to take care of two things first. The first is, please contact your folks about entering their PTA elections. When I checked last week, there were still about hundreds of schools across the city who had not entered their PTA elections. And so I'm counting on you to go back to your community, to go back to your president council members, to go back to your family leadership coordinators, your parent coordinators, anybody that will listen and really try to actually enter the data. I know many schools across the city actually did hold their elections, but they didn't input them into our beloved system called SPLCI. But please do, because it's necessary, it's needed, and we want to make sure that we are doing right by folks. The second thing is that the city did announce a vaccine referral program. Thank you, Grisel. Yes, I mean, look, it's just an imperfect world and an imperfect timing and all of that. But I needed to get it out there because when I saw hundreds of schools, it wasn't just like, oh, let me call District 1 or District 2 or, you know, whatever it was. This is global. This is global across the city happening. And so I wanted to just make sure that I communicated that. I'm saying the same thing to our teams. And of course, you know, we can do more close individual calls, but really this is sort of an all call at the moment. I wanted to share a little bit about this vaccine referral bonus that we're offering PTAs. We had some information up on our website that we're looking to get back up, but I wanted to put that link there so you can share that far and wide. I'm not trying to sort of gatekeep or hoard, even though the perfect amount of information on our website is not made available. The second thing that I wanted to share that I hope you can work with district partners or maybe multiple schools at a time is we know that vaccines work. We know that testing works. And we also know that convenience is a real thing, right? I led with that we are survivors and surviving right now. And we're finding a big barrier to people getting vaccinated or young people getting vaccinated is convenience. We're just all doing way too much and holding way too much. And so you can actually request a mobile vax site. And so I put that link in the chat as well. We want to make sure that people get vaccinated, especially our young people, but all of us. And I'm hearing an echo. Will folks just go on mute? Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate you. And so I just want to make sure that you guys can continue to request a mobile vaccination site. Oh, it'll be ongoing. We're working to identify even more vendors and people who can provide mobile vaccination sites. It's a different process than setting up a pop-up or something in a clinic, for example. But we want to make sure that people can actually request it themselves. We were at one point sort of culling together a list. And so if you want to do that and send, PS 1, 2, 3, PS 4, 5, 6, that's fine. We can do that. But also in this moment, especially before school starts, I don't need to gatekeep or sort of get anything bottleneck or get anything lost in my inbox. I want to make sure that you guys have that. Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that, Ms. Aubin. I'm really want to make sure that you guys have that direct information as well. Let's see what else. Obviously, I always want to shout out and call in my colleagues who help support CPAC and thank them for their work, Claudette and Alexis, without whom this would not be possible. So just want to always thank the team. I do not ever work alone. I would never work alone. But the team here that's either listening or on the Zoom here today has done a tremendous job. So I want to thank you guys. I was on a call with a parent leader yesterday who was giving me some really critical feedback about growth areas, but also said FACE was the point of contact for parent leaders during the pandemic. And so I just want to give a shout out to all of you for being the parent leaders that you are, but also to the team who continues to provide as good information as they can, because we know that the stuff changes by the moment. So I will pause there. Our Family and Community Wellness Collective is going incredibly well. We had nearly 900 folks, if not a little bit more, sign up. Those trainings are wrapping up. That was led and coordinated by our beloved colleague, Aisha George, who's our Manhattan director, as well as colleagues from our Division of School Climate and Wellness. So also want to shout them out and give them their flowers for leading a tremendous effort. There were many of us in FACE who stepped up to actually lead sessions in different languages, and that was really important as well. And I'm going to pause there. I have I do have information on reopening, but it feels like we spent most of the time hearing and talking about it today. So I will pause and maybe just take some questions from you guys, unless there was something specific that you wanted me to address. Thank you so much for your time, and blessings to everybody.
Shirley, was that Shirley? No. Chloe.
Yes, hi, thanks. Hey, Executive Director, how about Sister Sadie? You like that? Sister Sadie. And Rashida, we gotta give Rashida a big shout out, because she helped with all of that. Because somebody else, if everybody can mute. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So, good morning again. Parent leaders want to work with you, as you know, to collaborate towards reaching equity and excellence together. First, we're getting rid of divisive language within the DOE. For example, the most recent gifted and talented admissions process is extremely divisive. Is DOE saying that if a student is not selected into the GNT program, then that student has no gifts nor talents? All children are gifted and talented. To call a small group of students gifted and talented undermines the entire school system, when it is educators' job to elicit the gifts and talents of each and every student. And back a couple of months ago, Deputy Chancellor Wallach said he was going to get back to us in regards to this. Haven't heard anything. There are so many terms used within DOE that are divisive. Screening, for example, this is a misguided term. Everyone screens. Specialized, all schools are special. The admissions process can and should reflect what each school offers. We can talk about that. And empowerment, a term that is overused and underperformed. The Community Education Council for District 22 created an acronym guide that we've been trying to share with parents citywide through FACE for 5 years to have access to DOE terminology, which leads me to communication in FACE to address grievances and other matters. really hasn't been good. So Manhattan High School's parents have a collection of ideas and information that can enhance communication and relationships between FACE and parents and greatly improve collaboration among parents. We want to work with FACE regarding using language to empower and uplift parents to work together. We need to do away with divisive terms that undermines collaboration, and we look forward to discussing this matter and other concerns with you very soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm curious to hear more about this glossary of terms, because I think we could all benefit from it. I sometimes find myself either talking in alphabet soup or asking people to pause and explain what they're also referring to as well. So thank you for reminding us and me of the importance of sort of not talking past people and spelling those things out. On gifted and talented middle school screens and all enrollment admissions processes that were put, if you could just go on mute, I'm so sorry. There are a few folks, I think. Thank you. Is the sounds of New York City. So all of those admissions processes that were adapted based on COVID, some of which were being discussed before that as a matter of equity and excellence, but were really addressed by the mayor because we didn't have the same attendance records, we didn't have test scores, we didn't have the same data sets. We have not arrived on any conclusive place for what that will look like for the coming school year. School year 21-22 is upon us. And if we remember pre-pandemic days, we know that people started applying to high school as early as the end of September, October, and then middle school following. And so I just don't have those answers right now. I know that those questions can cause a bit of delay. What I do know is that the mayor and the chancellor said that this was the last year that we would use the test. Then the panel for educational policy voted it down. And then we used another way to gauge students' gifted and talentedness. And it was, it ended up identifying more students than ever who fell into that category. But we don't have a conclusive place of where we're going with that. I wish we did. And we are in a sort of mayoral administration transition. And I don't know where our next mayor-elect, we don't have one yet, will land on that. But I think that you're onto a lot of different very valid points. And I'm sort of trying to tread lightly because I acknowledge that a lot of people fall in different places on this, and I don't want to get ahead of the agency. But I do appreciate you bringing that up. It's top of mind for me as well.
Thanks, Sister Sadie.
Ben, do you have your hand up? Because you haven't taken it down. Do you have a question? Okay, there's a question in the chat, Sadie, and it says it doesn't make sense to study for a gifted and talented test, which students usually do. So if they're going to do away with this, I'm assuming they want to know, then why have the children study for it or even promote it?
What a great question. I don't have the perfect answer for that, except that I think that 4-year-olds are great at a lot of things, but certainly studying for tests is not the first thing that comes to mind. And I'm just speaking as a mom of a rising kindergartner. So that's fair.
And then there was another question that was questioning about the parents advise the wellness program, you know, continue after the initial section is held. Would that be continuing on? You know, they have the parents advise ambassadors. They want to know whether or not would that be continuing after this finished and the parents do what they have to do. Would it be continuing or not?
I want to call in Rashida, who's been very close to the program, and see if you have a better answer to that. And I'm actually not sure if I have.
But that question is in the wellness, it's in our chat from Giselle, District 9.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Sadie. Hey, Grisel, and everyone else on here. The Wellness Ambassador Program, as we know it, was a specific model. So it was the 3 trainings and the 1 workshop to complete the model as it exists. However, the DOE is still in communications and discussions and planning on how to build that out. I speak right now as a member of the Healing Center Schools Working Group, Grisel, which I know you know, but you're asking for your district and for other folks who are not aware that we're working with them as well to work with the Healing Ambassadors, to work with the district, and just to work specifically with the schools on the ground to continue this organically, to continue this on our own, but continuously pushing, or not pushing, to continuously calling in the DOE for support and resources, which they're willing to do. We just have to craft it out. And so we really are trying to figure out how to keep this going. It is not over. It is over. It will end as we know it after the Healing Ambassadors complete their one and only requested workshop to their school community when they facilitate or co-facilitate the workshop. But the work will still go and the work will continue because these Healing Ambassadors are already understanding their power and understanding how much they can get done when they collaborate with the like-minded parents and their school staff. So we'll continue to build it out. And for District 9, you know, for all the districts, we're all looking for ways to just work with each other to create these spaces, to have these planning discussions just as parent leaders, and then taking it back to our school leadership to keep this work going.
Thank you, Rashida. I guess I'll just use the pause to say that we hope that we can share with you either in your individual districts or as a whole, you know, this sort of COVID health and safety deck, which will sort of walk through families about how we make our decisions, right? It's not just DOE, it's based on CDC, it's based on New York State DOH, it's based on city DOH. How do we come up with these protocols? More about the health screeners, you know, that it's a return of the mask. Of course, face coverings will continue to be in place. More on social distancing, ventilation, vaccines. I would never imagine myself ever to be a person to be sort of trying to rally for around a vaccine, but it's really more important than ever. And then of course, what happens with a single case, what happens in multiple cases, and then hopefully we can present to you some personalized data about, you know, COVID by the numbers in your district, if we know enough in advance that where we're going, where we can sort of pull that stuff up for you. You know, just to say one more time that our COVID positivity rate during the last day of school last year was 0.41 cumulative with a 0.04% 7-day rolling average in our schools. And during summer rising, our COVID positivity rate so far has been 0.19% on a 7-day rolling COVID positivity average. And so, you know, that's all I got for now. I appreciate you guys so very much.
Francis has her hand raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, Francis.
I have a question for the Summer Rising program. I know that there's no remote option for September. How many 100% remote students, I don't know if you have that percentage, are in the Summer Rising program?
What is the percentage of remote students in the Summer Rising program? Was that the question?
Right, like for those students that were 100% remote, did any of them go into the Summer Rising? I'm just curious since the remote option was taken away.
Let me reflect back the question. of the people that chose remote for Summer Rising, how many ended up going in person?
No, the children that did 100% remote the whole year,
Yeah.
did any of them
Oh.
go into in-person Summer Rising? And if so, what's the numbers?
I can see if I can get, I don't know, but I can see if I can get the specifics, but I know the answer is yes.
Rashida, your hand is up.
Yeah, my hand is up. I was like, oh, Francis, that's a good question, but then I misunderstood your question. I want to ask what I thought you were asking is of the mandated students who were required to take summer school, right, for promotion, and the remote option was available for them, how many actually just remained or participated remotely, if that makes sense, because they were not mandated. They were required, right, for promotion. So they needed to participate in summer school. But the remote option was available for them. So I don't know if we can get that number of the.
Yeah, Rashida, if you could just put that question in the chat, then I'm going to put it to the summer team like in real time to see if as the meeting goes on, I can reply.
I will. Thank you so much. And I want to mention, Francis, that I was 100%, my daughter was 100% remote. I signed up for Summer Rising just to try to get her out the house. But it's so different because we were able to come and go. We didn't do 100%, attendance. We weren't there every day. It was just to try to get her a little bit of taste of going back into the building. And so I would be included in those statistics as if I was returning back to school. But it was only just to try to give her a moment of going back to the building, and we didn't stay long. Thank you.
Well, I will be included in that statistic too with 3, and they went back to the Summer to Rising, and one just had, because he went into high school, so his Summer Rising is at the high school level, and it's just a small amount. So I will have those in that statistic too, to try it out and to get the fill. So I've been getting comments back on things like that because they say a lot, the kids with the Summer Rising, we know we took them all over or whatever it is. You might have 3 or 4 different schools within a Summer Rising program. So children have to get into the school that they have. So, that's the little ups and downs, but right now they haven't complained too much. Any other questions?
I just got a response from the Summer Rising team that all of our data is very preliminary. So as soon as we have things to share, we will. Thank you.
Okay,
but still put your questions in there so I can track them and send them over. So when we have something, we will.
Okay, thank you. One of the questions is how many do you know?
No, I just put that in for her. She asked me to put it in the chat.
All right, Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes, Marie.
To the order of the agenda.
Yes.
Unless you don't have anything else from Ms. Campo.
Right. I would like to do the letter before we go back to the amendments, so we can have that done.
All right. Point of order. That's the order of the agenda.
Yes.
Thanks for correcting that, Madam Chair.
Right. So we're going to go back, and I'm going to share the screen for the letter so that we can get the approval. Let me go to sharing my screen. This is the letter that we're approving from the high school committee of CPAC. Can everyone see it? Is it large enough or should I enlarge it?
Make it bigger.
That's good.
Okay. Let me know when you want me to move down.
Madam Chair, perhaps should it be read out loud so that everyone know what the
Okay.
overall letter is about
Okay,
and
could
what
you read
the
it,
high
please?
school committee is requesting?
Okay, could you read it, please?
Okay, all right, no problem. And this is addressed to Dear Chancellor Porter and First Deputy Chancellor Conyers. As we look forward with optimism to reopening of full-time and class instruction in the fall, we feel it is important to revisit the issue of the high school superintendency structure. At this point last year, there were many press reports stating that the DOE was revamping the high school superintendent structure, returning to borough district-centered high school superintendents and eliminating the confusing affinity superintendents. CPAC applauded this change as we had opposed the structure since its inception under Chancellor Farina, approving a letter in 2015, which has proved to be as relevant today as 6 years ago. In July 2020, CPAC approved a letter sent to First Deputy Chancellor Donna Conyers and Deputy Chief Academic Officer Lawrence Pendergast against urging the elimination of the affinity superintendents and requesting that we allow to provide input in the new structure. As we emerge from the pandemic with a fresh start and a new chancellor, CPAC again asks that the high school superintendency be revamped and reimagined to a borough district-centered structure that allows for greater partnership among all stakeholders. The CPAC High School Committee is requesting a Zoom or in-person meeting to discuss the reason for our support for a borough district-centered structure. The CPAC High School Committee includes in its membership current and former high school President's Council presidents, members of the CCHS, and appointees to the PEP. We urge you to create a stable, workable, borough district center structure that meets the needs of all stakeholders and will remain in place for years to come. Currently, the responsibilities of high school superintendents are shuffled every year or two, which is clearly untenable. Superintendents need to develop the deep understanding of their schools and staff, which comes with long experience with the same schools, akin to that which exists at the elementary and middle school level, so they can offer the much needed guidance our high schools deserve. The high schools under superintendent supervisors need to be sufficiently close to the superintendents so that the superintendent can visit their schools without spending all day in a car, and so that stakeholders, parents, teachers, and principals can easily meet with their superintendent or simply share best practices among themselves without traveling to another borough. And superintendents should be given a reasonable number of schools to oversee. Please ensure that the new structure either works with the existing DLT structure or create a borough high school partnership, which brings together the high school superintendents, CSA representative, UFT representatives, high school presidents council presidents, and CCHS representatives. All high school superintendents with schools in the district or borough must be required to attend the DLT or Borough High School partnership meetings, as well as the high school subcommittee and high school president's council meetings. This responsibility needs to be laid out as part of the restructuring of the superintendency. We need to find forums for high schools that work as effectively as our DLT structure does for elementary and middle schools. And 4, when the affinity structure is replaced, please make clear to parents and students that successful programs within the affinity schools will not be affected. Parents and students will need confidence that the change in structure will not negatively impact their schools and programs. A revision of the high school structure will lead to improved collaboration among stakeholders and better outcomes for our students, families, and schools. We look forward to meeting with you in person or via Zoom in the next few weeks to discuss changes to the high school superintendency. And of course, we can be reached at cpacchscommittee@gmail.com. CPAC High School Committee, and this is the letter of recommendation. Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm gonna stop sharing. We're going to take a vote now.
I'm
And
sorry. My hand is
yes,
up.
go ahead. I didn't see it because I'm doing multitasking. Go ahead.
I understand, believe me.
Mm.
Yeah, the first paragraph, if you can share it just one more time, the first paragraph, the 7th line, if you can share the letter.
Remember, any changes that we do right now, we have to take it back to everybody. We cannot make no changes.
I hear that.
Okay.
Can you share it again? The first
Okay, just a moment.
paragraph, 7th line. Right at the first paragraph, 7th line, it says, well, I'll read the whole sentence. In July 2020, CPAC approved a letter sent to First Deputy Chancellor Donald Conyers and Deputy Chief Academic Officer Lawrence Pendergast. Is that again or against? If it's again, then we're fine. But if it's against,
If the word is again is there, it's again. I'll make it bigger so you can see it.
No, it's fine because the parliamentarian said against. So I just wanted to make sure. Was it against urging the elimination of the affinity superintendent? But it's just saying again, is that correct? I just want to know if that's
you
correct.
can see it there. Look at it on the screen. It says the word is again.
I
And we
know. I want to confirm.
Also know sometimes when we're reading, we sometimes stumble because we're reading so much, you know. But thank you.
No, it's not a problem. I just want to confirm if it's correct.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, everyone
Madam
said that
Chair,
the word
I
was
read
again.
it as presented. I read it as presented. So I'm not too sure what if anyone else can confirm. Did I say against or again?
Well, you know what? We don't need to waste
I read it
time.
as presented.
We want to approve the letter. Thank you for that, Bylaw.
It's fine.
Yes. Okay. We'd like to take a can I get a motion to accept the letter?
I move to accept the letter.
And can we get a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Brooklyn High School. Brooklyn High School, you got your hand raised. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Because I was sharing my screen on another laptop, so I need to move that, and I didn't look at this one. Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to go back to what we were doing earlier with the bylaws amendment. We were ready to vote on them. Would you please share your screen again, please, with the update of the amendments, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. At the structure. All right, thank you for holding and waiting. Having a little bit of technical issues here. And here we are. Here it is. And I know others have just joined us right after we paused this, so we're
Yes.
resuming.
Okay.
All right, Madam Chair.
Yes, before we continue, we know that we want to make these amendments according to, because we had 5 or more, but we have to remember that in order of speaking in the bylaws to ensure that CPAC business, which we speak about letters, positions that affect all district and borough and etc., can be brought up with the speakers. So this is one of the reasons why the executive board went, because we do meet and everyone get the chance. So I'm just letting you know that's why it's in the bylaws the way it's written. But we're going to go this way. So we can go on. Could you please read? Okay, I can't move it. I'm trying. Could you please read?
Okay.
We added in the subsidiary amendment.
Subsidiary. Yes,
Yes.
subsidiary motion, Madam Chair.
Right. And we were getting ready to do it. Can you read exactly how it would read when we take this motion to accept this and we get the vote in?
Okay, first of all, for clarity and point of order, the subsidiary motion made by Jessica and that order has to, you must do a roll call to approve that first. And then you have to go back to the main motion that was made by Jackie, Cody, and other to get the final approval as part Robert's rule of order. So you go with the subsidiary motion first for.
Okay, we have
Madam
yes,
Chair,
Jackie, you have your hand
Jackie
up.
just raised her hand.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Quick question to Jessica's motion. Should it be for the entire meeting or a section? Like we have
Jessica,
sections.
I believe you proposed for it to go after the second bullet, correct?
No. I'm asking, is it for the entire meeting from 9 to 12, however long we
Yes,
meet?
that will be the way it goes the entire meeting.
Or the section, like we had Sadie, if you spoke already when we met with Pendergrass, Pendergrass.
Right.
For would it be sections or just the entire meeting?
The entire meeting.
Okay,
Right,
thank
because,
you.
yeah, okay, thank you. Okay.
And also for a point of information, as Paul Roberts Rule of Order, any voting member to an organization can speak to an agenda item no more than twice. So I just want to make sure that everyone's rights are not being impeding on. As parliamentarian, I have to state that. But if that's what CPAC have adopted, then we would move forward as amending as such. And that's why you have to put it to a vote. But please remember, as part of Robert's Rule of Order, any members can speak to an agenda item no more than twice for 10 minutes. Just keep that in mind.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, not 10.
It's actually 10 minutes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it. However, CPAC's bylaws supersedes Robert's Rule of Order. If that's what CPAC have adopted, then that's what you go with, and that's what we would go by. Simple.
Okay.
But our standing meeting rules of order, yes, you speak for 2 minutes. But to the order of what Dr. Cody was referencing about, is this throughout the entire meeting? You will get to speak once and that's it? Or is it to specifically agenda item or for speakers? Correct, Dr. Cody?
I'm sorry. Yes, that's right, Marie. Yes.
You
Okay.
have
We
other
have,
hands raised, Madam Chair.
yes, we have Brooklyn, then we have Angela, and then we have Ben, in that order.
Okay, two things. I think to Dr. Cody makes a point when it comes to if you've spoken once, it should be if you've spoken once during the meeting on a particular topic, subject, or to a particular speaker, then you yield your time to the next person to speak. But to speak once during the entire meeting and not speak again is not necessarily a good thing, because we have different speakers all the time on different subjects. So that district may need to speak to something on another subject at some point during the meeting. And I think we should find a way to incorporate speaking no more than twice on the same topic subject to the speaker.
Okay.
Are you, Madam Chair, if I may, just
Okay.
to ask Ms. Green, is she proposing to amend the subsidiary motion that Jessica made to include that in there?
Yeah, I'm proposing to include that in there because, as Dr. Cody pointed out, if you speak once during, because you can speak very early up in the meeting and then later on there's a topic or something else that you need to bring up for your district or your constituency. So you don't want to ban people from asking a question later on down or speaking to a topic later on down.
Okay.
The way it's worded now, if I speak one, let's say someone asked the question of Mr. Pendergrass earlier, right? Then they wouldn't have been able to come back and ask the question to Deputy Chancellor Conyers, or they wouldn't have been able to come back and say anything to Ms. Campo Moore. And you don't want that confusion. So that's what I'm saying. So it should be, once a member has spoken during the meeting on a particular topic, subject, or to a particular speaker, then they can't come back on, and talk on that particular subject, topic, or to that particular speaker until, the next subject, topic, or whatever.
Okay. So we have to, so you want to amend it to add in that is at each particular section, at
Yes.
each particular point.
Right. This
So
way,
could-
people don't think that they can only speak once during the meeting altogether, because that's going to make it difficult. Then everybody has to get every question they could ever think of out in that one sitting or that one time that they have.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I ask Ms. Green, what is the proper wording to her amendment, the subsidiary motion?
So after it says, once a member has spoken during the meeting, it should maybe have in parentheses on a particular subject, comma, topic, and or to a particular speaker.
So is it on an agenda item?
I would just put topic or subject, because it could be something off agenda. So on a particular subject, topic, subject/topic, or to a particular speaker.
Or to a.
Or to a presenter. But you can put presenter if not speaker.
Okay. Right.
Then the rest of it should hold true after that. There should be others that have not spoken. Will take precedence.
Put the closure to the parentheses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's other one
All right,
other
Madam
question
Chair.
I have about this particular section. I'm assuming that it is proposed for all, meaning for executive board for everybody, meaning the subsidiary motion I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay. Does it need to reflect that, or does it already reflect that?
I'm sorry, I did not hear you clearly, Ms. Green.
I said the subsidiary motion that we just tried to amend, does it already reflect that it applies to everybody, not just the voting members, but also the executive board, but to everybody? Or does it need to reflect that in its wording?
On Article 10, Rules of Conduct Parliamentary Procedures currently into the bylaws, it does address voting members, non-voting members, and members of the general public at the same time on a third bullet.
All right, no problem. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
I also wanted to say I agree with the subsidiary and stuff. So if we're going to take a vote or something, but I still don't agree with the striking of the executive board part. So I just wanted to know if that was going to be up for debate later before we vote on it or not.
It's supposed to be. Right now you have 3 motions going on at the same time. As per Robert's Rule Order, you have to get the approval of subsidiary motion to the amendment of the main motion first, before going back to the main motion that was made by Dr. Cody. So that is the order. So changes have been made. The constituency has to vote on that first before going into the main motion as what would be finalized.
Okay, thank you.
So you have spoken against, and Madam Chair, please allow me to do this for clarity. Yeah, so you have spoken against the motion. Dr. Cody already spoke for, but you need to hear from others. Yes, it is open for debate. Even if we had created a bylaws committee, we will still have to open it up to our constituency for debate, for comments, questions, or even amending it. So we are in order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Angela?
Hi, yes. I mean, I think that may have clarified my question, because I wanted to know that if we agree to the subsidiary, does that mean that you're agreeing to the original amendment as a whole, or is it possible for the subsidiary agreement to pass and the original amendment to not pass? It's a procedural question. Thank you.
Yes, so as I, Madam Chair, may I? Yes?
Yes, that's I'm letting you do it because you're the parliamentarian.
Okay. Yes. Yes, so the second, which is, it has, when you make a subsidiary motion or secondary motion to the main motion, it has to be germane, being that it has to be close to what's being talked about in the main one. However, as part of Robert's Rule of Order, you go to the amendment of the amendment first for approval before acknowledging and going back to the main motion. The main motion is highly a standard because it was made first by Jackie Cody when she gave us notice at the last meeting, and also when I sent it out to the voting members that we were going to do an amendment. So to your question, Angela, that we would go and approve the subsidiary motions first And then it would be finalized together to be worded along with the main motion. But if the main motion is not an agreement, then, then the motion is lost completely. So we need 2/3 vote of only the actual voting membership present to approve going to the main motion.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure
And
if
so,
it's clear.
no, that is clear. And so I guess my question is, if it were not to pass, then another motion could be made for just the subsidiary statement. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Ben, District
Good
13.
morning, yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. I think basically with Ms. Green and the young lady that just went before me kind of cleared up a lot what I was going to ask questions on. My only question is that when we talk about speakers or items, is there a time allotted to it?
You get 2 minutes.
No, time allotted for that speaker to speak for that on that agenda item. Like, is there 10 minutes or 20 minutes or anything like that? My only reason why I'm asking that question is that the fact is that I would suggest that we amend what Ms. Green said on the end part of it, of that that amendment, is to, if we allot 10 minutes for the chancellor to speak and we don't use that whole 10 minutes and members are there that don't have any more questions, that we can go have some kind of mechanism to go back to anybody that did speak can speak again. That's what I'm thinking of. I mean, I've seen it in the past where we have items on there and no one wants to even say anything, or they content with what is been spoken on, and that's another person says, well, hey, look, I got a question that I want to ask, but now that I didn't use my 2 minutes up, I can't speak ever again on this item. And it's what, 4 minutes left on that y'all allotted time for the chancellor to speak. That's well, I'm just asking that question on for it. Did y'all understand what I was saying? What I'm trying to say, or do I need to clarify?
I think, Madam Chair.
What you were saying, that if after they spoke and questions were asked, and if we still had time allowed, people that has already spoken and asked questions, whether or not would they be allowed to speak again? Yes, because we still have allowed it time for them to speak, but we want to make sure that everyone that wanted to ask a question have their question asked first, if we have the allotted time. If there's extra time, then those that have spoken would have the opportunity to go again if recognized by the chair. Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, because from when I'm reading how this motion and the Senate motion is coming across, that won't be allowed at all. You asked one, so that's why I'm saying we make sure that we put the language in there that allows the chair to recognize someone that has already have spoken and it's time allotted, and no one else wants to speak on this item, that they're allowed to speak again. I mean, I would try to cut down. I mean, if they spoke, and I would give them enough 1 minute, not 2 complete minutes. I would give them, if they spoke, and they get a 1 more minute to speak another question or add on to whatever else they had already talked in their 2 minutes. That's my suggestion for this. And I'm like Ms. Green. The motion about the executive board, as sitting in the past as a chair and on the executive board, I think to make sure that the business of CPAC moves smoothly, that the order should be, as it was stated, executive board members and the voting members. We have had in the past where we tried it, where all voting members were going, and it started to go it got kind of chaotic. And I think when we were sitting there, I believe I was on that board, that executive board that made that motion to amend the bylaws to that, where the executive board members, in the order of the speaking, the executive board and then the voting members, was what gave us to the day the organization and the clarity to allow us to move smoothly in our meetings. And that's my thought on this.
Okay. All right. Cody, Jackie?
Yes, thanks. Unfortunately, it's just the opposite to both the Greens. It's just the opposite. Lately, and as long as I've been coming to CPAC meetings, there were times when the executive board would, and I don't mean any disrespect at all, but would hog the opportunity where hardly any, maybe 2 voting members might have been able to get a question asked. In the last 2 meetings, July and this meeting, the executive board members did not go first. It flowed, it followed, it was very organized. But prior to that, too often, executive board member, voting members had their hand up, and then executive board member put their hand up, and then all of a sudden go while voting members have been waiting. And right now, we're all equals. I want to emphasize that we're all equals. We're all voting members. And the executive board should be, it is the responsibility of the executive board to make sure FACE, the chancellor, all of them are meeting with you. If they're not meeting with you, that's something that needs to be taken up seriously. I mean, separately and seriously. That's something separate. You need to be meeting and then bringing back to us, reporting to us what those meetings were said. But that's a separate subject. We are all equals. There should be no hierarchy. There's no matriarch where the queen get to go first. No, or king or whoever get to go first. No, it should be all voting members equally. Executive board.
How much is that?
I know if I was on the executive board,
Madam
I
Chair,
would make sure
Madam Chair, just a point
Hello,
of order.
could you mute yourselves?
I know if I was on the
Madam
executive board,
Chair.
I would make sure
Yes.
that I was
Just a
meeting with
point of
the,
order. Manhattan High School, Dr. Cody had already spoken on the motion twice already during the time. So at this one, while we're on it, she has exhausted her time to speak again because she already made the main motion and spoke on it for it twice already. You have to get to someone else. To have someone that is against and someone that is for the motion.
Okay. Is it any more questions or any more debate according to what's being added in? District 75.
I just want to make a comment. It seems like the CPAC executive board is getting badgered a bit. And I want to make something clear. We do not meet with the chancellor all the time. I know that's the assumption, but we do not. We try our best to schedule meetings, but sometimes I guess the schedule is too busy.
We're having trouble hearing you, Andrea. Ms. Daniels, we having trouble hearing you.
You hear me now? You hear me now? Do you hear me now?
It's low. It's very
Not really good. You're breaking up.
You hear me now? Let me go outside. I'm outside. I'm in a restaurant. You hear me now?
It's low, Andrea. You're very low.
Let me take the headphones off. Just give me a minute, because this has to be said. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I took the headset off. I apologize. I just wanted to state for the record that it seemed like CPAC executive board members keep getting badgered by certain things. And I want to make it clear because it seemed like there's an assumption that we meet with the chancellor all the time. We do meet with FACE a lot, but we do not meet with the chancellor all the time like we supposed to. And that is not our fault. We try our best to schedule meetings with her, but we can't control nobody's schedule. This is the problem. And I just want to say that for the record. Thank you. I want y'all to move on.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all heard that?
Yes, we heard. We
Okay,
have
that's
to,
it for me.
okay. Okay, we have to remember our standing rules procedures. Okay, we're going to go forward now for this motion because it's after 12 and we still didn't get rid of we still haven't completed with our schedule. Yes, we did vote on the letter for the high school committee, Shirley. Oh, that's right. We didn't get it I'm sorry. We went into this. We had the motion to approve it, but we didn't take which
And it was, yeah.
Right. I'm
It
sorry.
was motion and it was seconded.
Second. But
You
we didn't
don't
say,
really have to, but go ahead and take the roll call if that's what Shirley is asking.
we don't have we're running out of time. We approved it. But
yeah, it was motion and it was seconded, so that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So we
But
can
you
move.
just simply have to say that, the letter was, approved as presented. That's all. Just the wording.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Ask if there's any objections before you do that.
Any objections to the letter? We were talking about the letter. We motioned it. It was accepted, and we motioned. It was accepted. Motion and a second, and we didn't take the roll call for it.
So, Madam Chair,
but if you just
no
wanted
objection,
to prove that we approved it, so there was no objections to the letter. We can move forward. Let's go back to the bylaws. The amendment. Okay. So go. Oh, I can't. I'm trying to move your thing down.
Yeah.
Yes. We want to go back in motion. We want to go back and do the voting on whether to accept. Are we going to go with the subsidiary first? And then we will go into the main one because this is being added into what was originally asked. So we would like to take a vote on the amending of the second bullet. The once member has spoken, doing. And that is the way it's going to say. Could you reread that, please, Marie?
Yes. So the subsidiary motion first made by Jessica, the wording was to add, which is to add, once a member has spoken during the meeting, originally, wait, hold on. I have to go according to what first Jessica have stated.
Maybe if you do that red, you need to put it in another color so that you know that was added to the subsidiary. It can't be the same color.
Then the other portion.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you have the other add-on by Ms. Green. I would do that on another color.
Okay.
Yeah, hilarious. Green.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Madam Chair. So the one in
Okay.
blue is the one first made by Jessica, and the one in green is the one by Ms. Green. So you have to go into the order of the subsidiary motion first, approval. So 1 second, and then you'll go back to the main. And also as a reminder, there is further main amendment here also done by Dr. Cody, just as a reminder.
Yes.
Below.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going back, and Madam Chair, it's all yours.
Okay, we're gonna take the vote on accepting once a member has spoken during the meeting. Let's come on. We're gonna
Others that have not yet. So in blue first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I needed to be able to see it to finish it.
There you go. Sorry.
Okay, once a member has spoken during the meeting, others that have not yet spoken will take precedence. We'd like to take a vote on that, and then we will take a vote on the one that Ms. Green added, because we need to do the first one first and then the second one. So I'm going to go by districts. Okay, District 1. Okay, he's not speaking. He's unable to speak. District 2.
Here, yes, yes.
District 3, yes. District 4.
Yes.
5. Can't hear you, Aisha.
She typed
She
yes.
says yes.
So can she add in the chat? Okay, see it.
Yes, she did. It's in the chat. District 6.
Yes.
7.
Yes.
8. 9. 10. 10 says yes. It's in the chat. 11.
Yes.
12. 13.
Yes.
9 says yes. 9 put yes in the chat. 14. 15. 16. 17.
Yes.
6 says yes is in the chat. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25.
Yes.
26. 27. 28.
Yes.
29. 30. 30. 31. 32. Manhattan High Schools.
Yes. Isn't it Brooklyn first? Okay.
Bronx. Brooklyn.
The High School Federation is here.
Yes. Brooklyn, yes.
Okay.
So do you have District 13 as well?
Yes.
Green says yes. Okay.
Yes, he did. Okay, that's it.
Greece High School says yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shirley. Queens. Queen says yes.
And D75,
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes, she says yes.
Said yes.
Okay. The motion passes. Now we're going to the add-on for that. And it says, once a member has spoken during the meeting, we're adding on a topic/subject or to any presenter. We're taking a motion to add that in, rather a vote to add that in as part of the subsidiary motion.
Madam Chair, you can include it all together now to be read
Okay.
as if approved.
Okay, read it as if it's approved. Okay. Once a member has spoken during the meeting on a topic/subject or on any presenter, others that have not yet spoken will take precedence. We're going to take a vote for that. District 1 is unavailable. District 2?
Yes.
3 yes. 4? Rashida?
Yes.
5? She says yes. 6?
Yes.
7? I know I can count now. 8? 9?
Yes.
10? 10 says yes. She's in the chat. 11?
Yes.
12? 13?
Yes.
14? 15? 16? 17?
Yes.
18? 19? 20?
Yes.
21? 22? 23? 24? 25?
Yes.
26? 27? 28?
Yes.
29? 30? 31? 32? Manhattan?
Yes.
Queens?
Yes.
Brooklyn?
Yes.
The Bronx? DC 75? D75?
Yes.
The motion passes. So the subsidiary, okay, the subsidiary motion
To the main motion has been,
has passed. Now we're going to go back to the original motion, the very first one. And it's saying that voting members will
hold on,
ask.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So there is more here to this, so don't forget to address this line as well. And this was how I received it. The third bullet has been amended as well.
Right. And in the third bullet, it is speaking about if time permits, non-voting members and members of the general public can ask questions when recognized by the chair or chairs.
And this is how it is over here originally and to the bylaws as it is currently. So you can see
Right.
the difference in the changes.
Okay. We're going to take a vote on to accept these changes down on the bottom. We'll start with 1. Oh, that's a part. Wait a minute. We're going to do this. This is a part of the changes because we did the subsidy. Oh, okay. You reminded me that I have to add that in That first bullet and the last bullet together.
That's part of, yeah, that's part of the main motion.
Okay.
Made by Jackie Cody and all the supportive signatures, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back up and let me put that in so I can reread it for everyone to understand.
Okay.
Because I made the mistake. Okay.
So you're starting from here.
Okay. The First Amendment bullet was striking the executive board. She wanted the executive board to be removed. And then we go down and we're going down to the third bullet because we already clarified the second. We were doing a subsidiary to that first, to the second bullet. And on the third bullet, she wanted to insert can ask questions when. And then she also wanted to add an S on the end of chairs. Okay, so this is how
and then here's the current wording.
Yeah. You can come on down so they can see, you know, where.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, you know, so they can see the last part. Because the other part is what we introduced. Okay, that's it. Okay. So this is what it will say if we accept this motion to change. So you can go back to the top, or we're just going to do the motion. I just want to read it all in clarity.
Now you're going back to the main motion.
Right, because I want them all to understand. It says the privilege to speaking to an agenda item is in the following order. Voting. Members will ask questions in the order which they are recognized by the chair or chairs. Come on down. That's her first. We're going to take that. And we're going to do that part first. Oh, let me behave. Okay, so we're going to
vote on the main motion.
We're going to vote on that. What I got distracted is because she's putting on what we did today. That's because no one on the executive board had a question, and that's why people went the way they went. Okay, so let's stop putting stuff in the chat when we're trying to do this, because that's distraction. Voting members will ask questions in which they are recognized by the chair or chairs. So we're going to take a vote on that. District 1, we know is unavailable. District 2.
Yes.
District 3, no. District 4.
Yes.
District 5. District 5, abstain. District 6.
Yes.
District 7. District 8. District 9.
Yes.
District 10. District 11. District 10 says yes. 11. 12. 13.
No.
14. 15. 16. 17.
No.
18. 19. 20.
Abstain.
22. I'm sorry, 21. 22. 17, what do you got your hand raised for? Are you for or against?
I said no. I had my hands raised a long time to speak, so I'm still waiting to get the opportunity, but I said no.
Okay, I'm sorry, because this is the first time I'm seeing your hand. Okay? Okay. Okay, 22, 23, 24, 25.
I apologize. I ran to the bathroom. What are we voting on at this moment?
Voting members will ask questions in the order in which they are recognized by the chair or chairs.
But also removing the executive board,
The
striking
board.
that out. So the motion has to be made clear, Madam Chair. Striking out executive board and adding voting members will ask questions in the other, they are recognized by the chairs. For the record.
Yes.
26, 27, 28,
Yes.
29, 30, 31, 32, Manhattan,
Yes.
Brooklyn,
No.
Queens,
I'm going to abstain.
Bronx,
Abstain.
okay, and Staten Island. Okay. What is the vote for that, please?
Madam Chair, I believe
Yes.
29.
Excuse me?
29, isn't 29 here? There were certain responses we didn't hear.
Well, there wasn't no,
You forgot 75.
oh, I'm sorry, 75. I'm so sorry, Andrea.
Abstain.
Okay.
So 29 has left, okay.
Yeah.
Just double checking, going back.
District 8 abstain.
Okay.
Yes, I was going to ask about that.
Okay. How many abstains do we have and how many noes, and could we have to make sure
Madam
that,
Chair, may I ask you to do another roll call, please? 'Cause
okay.
I'm missing some things. I did not hear clearly.
Okay. Okay, D1, we know that he's, District 2,
Yes.
District 3, we just taking a roll call because she's missing.
Oh, phew.
I'm here,
Okay.
District 4, 5, 6.
District 4 was what?
Is Rashida.
No. What was her vote?
Her vote was,
Harris?
what did you vote, Rashida? Yes.
Oh, I meant to say yes, District 6.
Okay.
I have that
Just
down.
accept,
Yes.
we have you, that we'll just be going back over to what people had said so that she would have the count correctly. 7,
District 5 was what, Madam Chair?
she abstained, District 5
Okay.
abstained.
All right.
Yeah. 7, 8 abstained, 9, Giselle,
I believe Ms. Cardona said yes.
okay, 10 said yes, 11, 12,
I think she abstained.
I don't know, 13, 13,
Yeah.
no, what we're doing
He
is,
said no before.
did you abstain? I think he abstained before, or either no, I'm not sure.
13, I have a no down for Mr.
Okay, then it's a
Green.
no.
Unless
I got
I'm
no.
wrong, please clarify, Mr.
No,
Green.
I put down no.
Okay, 14, 15, 16, 17,
Was a no. I have that, yes.
18, 19, 20,
Abstain.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
Yes.
I have a yes for 25.
okay,
Yes.
26, 27, 28,
I have a yes. Right,
29,
Ms. Zilla? Mm-hmm.
I was a yes.
okay,
Yes.
29, 30, 31, 32, D75,
Abstain.
Manhattan,
Yes, yeah, yes.
Queens,
Abstain.
Brooklyn,
No.
Bronx.
Abstain.
We're finished.
Stein up. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. All right. So on my record, I have D5 abstaining. I have District 8 abstaining. I have Queens High School abstaining. Bronx High School Federation abstaining. And D75 abstaining for a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In District 20, I have 6 abstaining, and we have District 4 is a yes, District 2 is a yes, District 6 is a yes, District 9 is a yes, District 11 is also abstaining, that's what I have down. District 10 is a yes. Just going with the yeses. District 25 is a yes. District 28 is a yes.
And
So
District 3 is no.
Yes, I have you. I'm just going with the yeses. So for the record, and that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm sorry for being out of order. District 11 said they got booted off. They did not abstain, and they're coming back on. They're trying to get back in. I apologize for being
No,
out of
she
order.
must have got booted off on her own because no one kicked her off. Because sometimes our internet.
However it happened, she's trying to get back in, and she didn't abstain.
Okay, and that's what I originally have her down. And was anything else added in the chat? I believe District 11 has something else in the chat. Previously, any of our members, please verify. Would like to move on. District 10 is a yes. I have that down. But I saw it in there.
Oh, see, her phone died. District 11 is yes, her phone died. She had to go back and
Okay.
charge. Sorry about that.
Thank you for the clarification, and we're changing that right now. All right. So, Madam Chair, please go along with me. District 2 is a yes. District 4 is a yes. District 6 is a yes. District 9 is a yes. District 8 is abstaining. District 10 is a yes. District 11 is also a yes. We have District 25 as a yes. District 28 as a yes. So that makes for a total of 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's my total.
Okay,
I
9
have
yes.
nine yeses. Other district are missing. You need actually 2/3 of the voting membership present, and let's do that total because I'm not sure it carries. So in attendance, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, there are 21 members present. Please hold on while I figure this out. Usually do have it.
Okay. 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 When we take Marie, you finalize the voting so that you can put the votes
Yes,
into.
I did. I just had to consult quickly. So with that, it is actually 14. We needed 14 in order to pass the main motion.
Right. And we only have 9 passing.
And then
So
with
the
the other
motion,
members abstaining. So the motion did not pass.
the motion didn't pass. So we will keep the executive board and we will accept in the second bullet. Okay, let's go down to the third part of it. The third bullet, where she says, if time permits, non-voting members and members of the general public can ask questions when recognized by the chair or chairs. We're going to start taking the vote for that.
Hold on, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm trying to, I believe Ms. Clark did have her hand raised. I don't know if she still needed
Yes,
to
I'm sorry, Ms.
vote.
Clark. Before we move forward, let's let you speak. I'm so sorry about
And then you have Ms. Aubin.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm a little disturbed because I'm listening I know everyone on this call is an adult, and I'm listening the response. I heard you said that do not put anything in the chat because you're confusing us. And I think that's a little rude, because as adults, if we cannot speak, we can put it in the chat, and you should be able as the chair to multitask. And if you cannot, then you should designate someone who can monitor the chat. So in this way, it would not distract you. But for you to say that, I find that is a kind of little rude and disrespectful, because we are all adults and we should respect everyone, opinion and our thing, as long they're not disrespecting you. So that is what I wanted to say, because I find it was very rude of you saying, do not put anything in the chat because you're confusing me. Fine if you can multitask, but you should designate
Okay,
someone
I
to
can,
do it.
you know
Thank
what
you.
it is? I do appreciate you saying that, and I do apologize. But when you have your chat down and you're trying to see what's going on, and it keeps popping up and down, and it was no offense to anybody, but I do apologize if by me saying that. I am very sorry about that. I mean no harm, because that's what the chat is open to do that. And I can multitask. But I'm looking at this to make sure that I'm seeing what is going on. That is no offense to anybody. And I'm so sorry if you took it that way. Okay, let's move on. Let's take the vote for the
Now,
third
hold on,
bullet.
Madam Chair. Ms.
Okay.
Alban.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see her
hand up.
hand either.
Okay, I just want clarification on this part. How is this different from the original in the bylaws?
It is, Ms.
No,
Alban.
yeah. Explain to me.
Yes,
It says if time permits, non-voting members and members of the we recognized by the chair. How's that different from if time permits?
Because these wording over here by Dr. Cody are not currently in the bylaws. Right after the line, members of the general public can ask questions when CPAC's obligation is to its members, not members of the general public. But however, members of the general public, if recognized by the chairs who are presiding over the meeting, provided that, if there is time. Remember, it's saying, if time permits. So the wording right here, this is the original. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Everyone,
Yeah, I
after
see the
general
original.
public, it's been added here. Can ask questions right here. Have been changed.
Okay, I just thought that's what it was assumed. If we saying if time permits, isn't it assumption that the non-voting members and the general public can speak?
That can be correct as well, Ms. Alban. Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, back to you.
Yes. Yes, we're going back to do the vote. If time permits, non-voting members and members of the general public can ask questions when recognized by the chair, because it was chair, and they put in the parentheses so it can be chairs and for co-chairs. So that is a change in the bylaws there. And we're going to do the voting again. One is not here. District 2.
Yes.
District 3, yes.
If it were like factual writing.
Yes.
4.
Yes.
5. 5 is yes. 6.
Yes.
7. 8.
Yes.
9.
Yes.
10. Yes. 11. 12. 13.
Yes.
14. 15. 16. 17.
Yes.
18. 19, 20,
Yes.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, D75,
Yes.
Manhattan High Schools.
Yes.
D28 is a yes. She put it in the
Yes.
chat. D28 is yes. Manhattan is yes. Bronx,
Yes.
Brooklyn,
I'm gonna abstain.
Queens,
Yes.
Staten Island. 13, are you still here? Okay. We have it.
Yes, I'm here.
20, okay.
13, is it a
District
yes?
20, okay.
13?
Yes. I said yes.
Okay.
Madam
Now, what,
Chair, I do not have 23. Is 23 in attendance?
no, no.
Okay.
What I
So
have
that-
for yes, I have District 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 17, 20, 28, D75, Manhattan, the Bronx, Brooklyn abstained, and you have Queens. Did we miss anybody?
I have 13, Madam Chair. Yeses.
13, you should have
I have District 2 as a
3,
yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
District 3. District 3 is what? Is that a yes or no for D20?
a yes, yes.
Okay.
You have 4,
Yes.
5, 6,
Yes.
8,
Yes.
9,
Mhm.
9
Yes.
said yes. 10,
Mhm.
11, 13, 17, 20, 28, District 75, Manhattan, the Bronx, and Queens, and Brooklyn
All
of
right.
State.
All right. I have 15 now. I added District 11, which I did not have, along with 10. So I have a total of 15, Madam Chair. I believe the motion carries.
Passes. Yes. Okay, Jackie, what is your question, please?
Yes, I was wondering because 3 of the people who made the motion wasn't able to be here regarding voting members voting equally, and it seems to be some confusion and some people being marked present and not here, like Marco, so on and so forth. I'm
But he
asking.
hasn't been marked present. He's just here. He's just here because he's the host and this is his line. We have not taken any attendance or
Madam,
anything from Marco.
Okay, but
Madam,
I'm
yeah.
all right. I was just
Please
going to
allow
ask if this can
Dr.
be.
Cody, please, yeah, finish making your point because that's important, I believe, in terms of attendance.
I'm
Anyone
trying.
that you didn't hear no response from, we can't tell whether they're abstaining or they're not here. They're not here. But finish your point, Dr. Cody.
Yes, I just wanted to know, and it's no big deal either way. I just wanted to know if we could revisit, since 3 of the members who motioned are not able to be here. for various reasons. And that is Marco, Josh, and Thelma. And they wanted to be here, but they're not able to be here.
So, Madam Chair, may I?
Go ahead. You can
Okay,
respond.
so as per Robert's rule of order, this was presented here and it was done accordingly. Those who have supported your main motion should have been here, should be here to be part of this. So this portion, particularly exactly the same word, cannot be revisited as they have been voted upon. However, in the future, perhaps something else not related can actually be brought up, but then the voting constituency present have already voted on this and it was presented accordingly. So we will not be able to revisit this again. And unfortunately, Dr. Cody, I believe Mr. Archambault was here. But those who have, supported the main motion, and we did have the signature vote, unfortunately, were not here to whether to speak for or against or make any amendments. But this was followed to the T as per our bylaws, but also in conjunction with Robert's Rule of Order.
Okay,
So
got
we'll
it.
not be
Thanks.
able to revisit the main motion. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thanks. Can we go?
Yes. Okay. We did
Can I
not.
stop sharing, Madam Chair?
Yes, you can stop sharing. Thank you. Yes, Shirley.
All right. We didn't finish the agenda items. Randy and I just want to do the A60 updates, and then we can reschedule or do a special meeting.
We can do on the presentation.
That's
So
correct. So I just want to do the
please
quick
make
update.
sure. Okay, please give the update for the A66 because y'all are on that bridge team. It would be greatly appreciated.
All right. So I'm just going to. Okay, so the amendments to A660 in regards to virtual meetings and the PAPTA financial, this is the status. Okay, so the document or the amendment, proposed changes to the A660 is in legal. It's been there for a little bit over 2 weeks. Once legal is done with the amendments, then it will go to the Deputy Chancellor, or Adrian Austin, and she will have to give the green light to go. And then she gives the green light. Then it has to go to public comment for 45 days before it can reach the PEP. Which is the panel for education policy. Then when it reaches PEP, they will do a vote. And we don't anticipate this till October. And that's it.
Okay. Can we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
I second it.
Better than you.
Motion to adjourn. Peace, y'all. Everyone be safe.
Smooches. Stay
Stay
cool now.
cool.
Drink lots of water and stay cool. Thank you.
Yes. Be safe, everyone.
Be safe, everyone. Have a good day.
Shirley has her hand raised.
I Let me lower it down.
We have to stop the recording.
Mm-hmm. Please stop.
But isn't that on Marco's end?
Yes.
Oh, the co-host should be able to stop it.
And is the live stream back on?
Nope, he has control over all of that because he's the host. So we need to come off and we got to go privately.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go off and come back on.
Oh yeah, so I was gonna say on your end you can stop the recording, but Marco has
We're the co-hosts. He's the host. Silence for a bit. We're gonna have to come off, and he just gonna have to keep letting it run. We'll just have to do it later. We can't.
Okay, let's do that then. I was just trying to get a few things we may need from the chat.
I'll
and
send a
especially
link out real.
questions.
I'll send a link real quick.
Yeah, but I can only stay for like 15 minutes, so okay.
We
All
can
right,
talk later.
we'll talk soon.
Yeah.